Okay, so we should be going. Yep, all right, we got that one. We got the other stream. Yep. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let me post. Copy. All right, cool. Okay, and then we're going to be on our lunch break. It's actually like dinner. No, it's lunch for me because I got up really late today. Okay. I'm gonna eat some lunch and we're gonna check out some gaming news. Did you folks know that Bungie just really likes to steal stuff without giving anybody any credit for it? Let's find out.
Look, this is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. If you guys do not delay this game, you know what? Don't. It makes for far better content. It's a heck of a lot more entertaining than Marathon, I'll tell you that right now. They just got caught red-handed, lifting art from some random artist on Twitter and just throwing it into Marathon. The funny thing is, this isn't even the first time that these guys have gotten caught doing something like this before. It's so lazy. It's so scummy. It's so blatant. And it shows how little creativity the studio has left and how hard and fast they're trying to rush Marathon out the gate. I played Marathon, and I can say with absolute confidence, it's not going to work. It doesn't stand a chance. They don't understand the audience. They don't understand the game. They don't understand the genre. And it's so woefully uninspired that it makes a lot of sense as to why they're just copying things that other people are doing. And in some cases, copying their art, I guess, as well. You compare this to a game like Arc Raiders, and the contrast between the two of them couldn't be any more clear. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the allegations against Bungie and their artwork, and also the pitiful reception of Marathon. They are not going to beat the Concord allegations. Bungie seems to have a very close relationship with plagiarism, at least over the last few years. One of the first instances we saw of this was actually back in 2021 for the Witch Queen expansion of Destiny 2, where Twitter user Relay314's fan art of Xivu Arath was used one-for-one in-game without permission or notification. Then, in the Lightfall expansion, it happened again. Julian Falona's artwork was lifted and used inside of a cutscene. And again in 2024, when Bungie collaborated with Hasbro to make a Nerf replica of the Ace of Spades pistol from Destiny 2, this time lifting the entire design from the artist Tofu Rabbit, aside from a recolor and some minor cosmetic changes. In every one of these cases, Bungie pointed the blame to a third-party contractor that they had outsourced their work to, resolved the issues quietly, and then compensated the artists. Actually, as we speak, Bungie is in the middle of an active lawsuit with writer Kelsey Martineau, who alleges that Destiny 2's Red War campaign in 2017 and the Curse of Osiris expansion copied elements from his sci-fi story published on WordPress between 2013 and 2014. He's claimed similarities in the name of the Red Legion, the antagonist's motivations, and several narrative elements like a celestial entity, the use of flamethrowers, and a consciousness transfer. Bungie filed a motion to dismiss the case, but the judge ended up rejecting it, citing insufficient evidence due to Bungie's inability to provide a playable version of the allegedly plagiarized content. And that's all because the Red War and Curse of Osiris expansions don't exist anymore. They're part of content that Bungie had vaulted and removed from the game, then deleted all of the files altogether for reasons that can never fully be explained. This was the same move that alienated a huge portion of their player base. Bungie removed content from the game that players had paid for, claiming that they needed to do it to get more memory space for future expansions. And I'll be honest with you guys, as a player who owned that content, there is nothing more satisfying than watching this come back to bite them in the ass. And now here we are in 2025, and Bungie has still not learned their lesson. Twitter user and artist N2, also known as Anti-Real or @Anti-Real in lead speak, has called them out once again, this time for lifting their artwork and using it without permission in Marathon's alpha. These accusations aren't vague. They were direct, specific, and backed up with visual evidence. On Twitter, they shared images and wrote, "The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade. But clearly my work is good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without any pay or attribution. I don't have the resources nor the energy to spare to pursue this legally, but I have lost count of how many times a major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or steal my work rather than to write me an email. In 10 years, I've never made a consistent income from my work, and I'm tired of designers from huge companies mood boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living. Another Twitter user pointed out that Joseph Cross, the art director at Bungie, follows Anti-Real on Twitter and asked if there might be a connection. The artist had responded saying, he's followed me for a few years and a few others from Bungie, never heard any communication. Just to add insult to injury, mainstream media outlets began circulating fake quotes from the artist attempting to sensationalize the story further by fabricating statements like, I'm completely floored. This is my full-time job. I sell these posters online. They're not obscure. A major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or trace than license or commission the work. This didn't come from the artist, and using fake quotes to farm clicks on top of an artist that's already being exploited is a special kind of vile. Now, if things weren't sketchy already, just 2 weeks ago, before these allegations went public, Joseph Cross, the art director for Bungie, posted on Twitter about how excited they were to work with Krupa Hosk, a brand and design agency that Bungie had brought on to help with visual development, identity, custom typography, and ARG campaigns for Marathon. This almost feels like a preemptive PR buffer, as if they know that these accusations might start to surface, and they were preparing to have a scapegoat just in case. But let's be real here. These third-party agencies are just a shield. Bungie uses them because they know most gamers are never going to remember their names. The public backlash will hit Bungie, but the legal and creative blame will just get pushed onto somebody else. Bungie writes the checks when they get caught, and the key word there is when, because these are only the cases that made it to public attention. How many other ones never got noticed? I mean, this has been going on for over 5 years now, and I have a really hard time believing that Bungie somehow, some way keeps managing to coincidentally hire art thieves over and over again. The common denominator here in every single one of these situations isn't the freelancers or third-party vendors, it's Bungie. So why does this keep happening? Why do they keep doing this? Well, that's because they just don't have the time or the talent anymore. Bungie has laid off aggressively in recent years. A lot of the talent that they let go were key contributors to games like Halo, Destiny, and Destiny 2. And with Destiny 2 in decline and pressure from Sony mounting ever since they acquired Bungie in 2022, they simply do not have the same creative force behind their projects anymore. They are rushing Marathon and other content out the door to meet deadlines and deliver returns. And when time runs out and creativity is thin, people take shortcuts. And honestly, that makes a lot of sense because Marathon feels like a game that's being shoved out the door, ready or not. Bungie has done almost nothing to engage with their audience before the release of the closed alpha, and then their entire rollout of the game has been messy. The initial teaser had some intrigue in the cinematic trailer. People like the ARG elements and the visual direction, but the gameplay trailer absolutely tanked. As the time of this writing, it has 24,000 dislikes. Most of the comments are flaming the game. They've also delivered nothing but mixed messaging. They told Destiny 2 PvE players that Marathon isn't for them, despite the fact that it's their loyalty, time, and spending that funded Bungie's projects in the first place. Instead of honoring their core audience, they are chasing a new one they don't even understand, in a genre that they've never even developed in before. It's yet another case of a studio abandoning what made them successful in favor of mimicking what's trendy. And honestly, what else would a mimic do other than copy everything else around it? We are going to see a lot more of this. A lot more. All these companies that have been complaining about rising development costs, all these layoffs that we've seen, that is all pressure that is being laid on top of these designers and artists. And the more that they have them making these cookie cutter games and these copy paste projects, the less time and resources and experience they have to be able to make anything, the less creative freedom they have, well, the more likely they are to start cutting corners. And part of that is because they're just trying to save time more than anything else. But the other part of it is they just don't care. That's why you see stuff like this. We see this with workers that are just phoning it in for a paycheck because they feel like they're forced to do the work, because they feel wholly uninspired by it, because they're not being led properly. And as a result, you get something that is uninspired, and you get something that most of the times ends up being plagiarized. Journalism is going through the same thing. Games journalism specifically is going through the same thing. After the Polygon video, I actually had some writers reach out to me and they said, you have no idea how bad it is for us right now. All of these companies have basically made it where, we have $20 an article. You have to put out 50 articles a week. You can only talk about very specific games, only the biggest games, and you can only write about it in a very specific way. And that's the reason why we get a lot of the writing that we do. And I think that's a fitting description for what Marathon is, because they're under those exact same pressures in that exact same situation right now where they're being forced to make a game that I don't think that they actually want to make. Sure, there's probably a few people that are there that are all about it, but it's not an entirely team effort, I don't think. And people don't realize, I don't think they're taking it seriously, that if Bungie does not deliver with Marathon, they are done. This is it. This is the only thing they have left for them, because Sony has invested too much money in them for too little return, and they are desperate for a live service hit. And if Bungie's not the one to give it to them, that's not going to work out for them. They have wasted billions of dollars at this point trying to get their own live service hit. And I played Marathon. It's not it. With better competition that's out on the market, with better competition that's right around the corner that delivered an alpha at the same time as yours, it's just not going to work out. This is going to be a...
Hey, Phoebus.
All right. Normally, I try to be very careful with definitive statements. I would avoid saying things like X company is committing fraud or Y company has committed plagiarism, stuff like that, because the danger when using that kind of concrete language is that you end up being wrong and things then get a little bit messy. Instead, I typically go for suggestively open word choices. It appears to be, it seems to be, or there are strong indications of. See what I'm saying? Especially when dealing with large companies, brands that do commit fraud, or characters who engage disreputable lawyers to silence all of their critics, which I've directly contended with before, unfortunately. Using that kind of language becomes a lot more important. But today's video is an exception to that rule, because I'm not just going to be using suggestive terms for this one. Far from it, in fact, because Bungie is using stolen assets in their new AAA project Marathon, with the only real question being who's responsible for that, and what are they going to do about it? Let me start with a little bit of background here, because this is far from the first time that Bungie has dealt with the topic of plagiarism. In 2023, the company was accused of lifting an artist's independent work directly into a cutscene. In 2024, they were accused of stealing a weapon design. And late last year, an entire lawsuit collided with the studio, alleging that they stole entire sections of lore and storyline narratives, particularly the Red War and Curse of Osiris plotlines, from an individual blog writer. Setting aside my personal opinions about those previous examples, it's pretty clear that the company is no stranger to the topic of asset theft. However, none of it even comes close to what we're talking about today, because this time it's not similar or inspired by, defensively. This time it's practically the entire art style of their new AAA product called Marathon, which has been directly lifted, copied, and pasted into their game. Meet Anti-Real. Anti-Real is a visual artist, primarily a graphic designer, it seems, who has a substantial body of work going back many years, some of which is oddly reminiscent of what we now see in Marathon. By itself, no big deal.
What a total bro. He introduced the guy by showing his donation page. That's fucking great. That's how you do it. That's great. Here's Anti-Real. This is his donation page. First time he mentions him, just boom, donation page. That's the way to be right there.
Visual styles are very often similar to each other across all sorts of...
That probably supports the artist more. How much this guy... Oh, man, this guy's already got over 100,000 views. So, yeah.
Different work. But I want everyone to remember who this person is, okay? Anti-Real. I'll come back to that.
Is Anti-Real's donate page in the... Yes! Yes. That's very cool. Okay, that is fucking great. I'm glad he put old boy's what is this site? Ko-Fi? What is Ko-Fi? Maybe do I need to make a Ko-Fi? Is it just a competitor with Patreon? Love what you do and make money too. Join all types of creators, get donations, memberships, and sales for their fans. Oh. Okay, so it's just like another avenue. So I could set this up if like people just wanted to give a donation and not get a membership or something. Okay. All right. Well, we'll look into that. That's cool. I'm glad that he linked old boys, the guy that got plagiarized. I'm glad he's getting a lot of exposure now. That's good. That's the silver lining to all this.
Next, we need to introduce two more characters, and while I certainly can't say for sure if these are the two people primarily responsible for this problem, I think it's fair to know who they are, considering the full scope of what's going on. Thomas Kerpa and Paul Martinson. Starting with Thomas Kerpa, this is the Chief Creative Officer and co-founder of a design studio and branding development company called Kerpa Hosk. Paul Martinson is the creative director of Kerpa Hosk, and if you start digging into the designers that work for this company, including Paul Martinson, you start to find references and fragments linking them back to Bungie. As you begin poking around here and there, a picture starts forming. Kerpa Hosk has worked with a number of high-profile clients, but it's also a subsidiary of a consultancy collective called Hydra. If you start looking at the creative styles of their designers, such as their co-founder, or generally investigating their work across the board, there are distinct visual similarities of what appears to be in Bungie's new game Marathon. But eventually we find out that Bungie's own franchise art director for Marathon openly stated a little over a week ago that they've been working with Kerpa Hosk since the very beginning. So far, so good. Bungie hires a branding company. That company produces the artwork for Marathon, which has visual similarity to a number of different artists, including their own co-founder. But where's the actual problem? Because so far there isn't one. This is the problem. Anti-Real, the previously mentioned artist with a very similar art style as well compared to Marathon, on May 15th of 2025, posted on social media, quote, "The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017." End quote. By itself, that might be nothing, but Anti-Real included a variety of comparisons, which make it extremely clear that not only are the designs similar, they're flat out copied and pasted into Marathon. Here's an example. The Aleph Darkspace haulage logistics graphic, which appears pixel for pixel all over the game assets. Or how about this, where you can see portions of Anti-Real's work flipped horizontally and pasted in, where they didn't even bother to fully remove text that reads Anti-Real Daily Series right on it. And if that's not enough, how about the fact that Anti-Real's own logo is visible in numerous different locations throughout the game, because the artwork of Marathon was cut, copied, and literally pasted into their product. Graphics on the Marathon website, graphics from their video trailers, graphics from pretty much the entire project, which can be found directly in the game files, are one-to-one copied and pasted from Anti-Real's work, and it gets even better. This part needs a little bit of deep internet history, if you will, for it to make sense, but get this. In 2024, Anti-Real on Twitter posted, quote, "I hid loss in my designs 6 years ago and nobody caught on," end quote, which might sound like gibberish to an average person, but let me explain. Loss is actually a 4chan meme about abortion, but the comic it's based on is very often depicted as minimalist lines, like this. Basically, this line pattern right here refers to a comic from 2008, but lo and behold, on the Marathon subreddit, 22 days ago, before the topic of plagiarism started blowing up on social media, a thread with 1,400 upvotes appears, showcasing the loss line pattern clearly displayed in the game world of Marathon. People were actually praising this game for that kind of deep internet meme reference, saying things like, quote, "Holy shit, this game is 10 out of 10. But come to find out, the only reason that meme reference is even there is because someone cut, copied, and pasted an actual artist's work across the entire Marathon project, which just so happened to include this meme, which they secretly stored in their work 7 years ago, and no one noticed. Still not done. There's many more examples of directly copied graphics. At this point, it's pervasive across a lot of the game, but I want to shift gears and go back to Joseph Cross, the franchise art director for Marathon. Yeah, Joseph Cross personally follows Anti-Real's account. The franchise art director for a AAA game personally follows the account of an independent artist who had massive portions of their work straight up stolen and used throughout his game. Optically, that's like one of the worst possible things that you could ever have happen. It's actually not even just the art director. A lot of Bungie people, employees, artists, etc. follow Anti-Real, but focusing on the more concrete aspects of the problem, this is a major roadblock for Marathon as a product. We're not just talking about 1 or 2 or 5 graphics here and there, which are similar or slightly tweaked and changed, but kind of the same. Remember, in the past, Bungie used similar graphical material often, but it wasn't the exact same, and subsequently they never really faced any serious problems. That's just not true this time around. Someone somewhere, whether it be at Kerpa Hosk or Bungie, we don't really know at this point, copied and pasted so much of the game's artistic material without a single design change whatsoever. It is now an actual problem for Bungie. This isn't the type of thing you ignore and walk away from. It's the type of thing that damages a brand. And Marathon wasn't exactly doing well to begin with here. Sure, it's most likely the design company that they hired, in my opinion, but even then, it has reputational ramifications for Bungie as well, which at this point is probably unavoidable. Adding this in after the fact because it was posted while working on the video script and the editing, etc., the Marathon dev team Twitter account has posted a response to all of this publicly, which says the following, quote, "We immediately investigated a concern regarding unauthorized use of artist decals in Marathon and confirmed that a former Bungie artist included these in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in-game. This issue was unknown by our existing art team, and we are still reviewing how this oversight occurred. We take matters like this very seriously. We have reached out to Anti-Real to discuss this issue and are committed to doing right by the artist. As a matter of policy, we do not use the work of artists without their permission. To prevent similar issues in the future, we are conducting a thorough review of our in-game assets, specifically those done by the former Bungie artist, and implementing stricter checks to document all artist contributions. We value the creativity and dedication of all artists who contribute to our games, and we are committed to doing right by them. Thank you for bringing this to our attention." End quote. So that makes it sound like an innocent mistake that someone got maybe fired for, I guess, but the explanation that this only occurred because someone included the graphics in a texture pack doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Remember, these graphics appear all over the game, even showing up on the website homepage for Marathon, which is an animated graphic. If this was simply a texture pack that was added to by one rogue employee, there wouldn't be this many different examples. Again, so much of their artwork was stolen, even random meme references are showing up in the game, which were hidden by the artist 7 years ago. This isn't some simple oversight, where a couple of graphics appeared in a couple of places that they shouldn't have. This is pervasive at this point, and the further back you go in Anti-Real's content library, the more obvious it gets. I'd be willing to bet, and this is purely just personal suspicion at this point, so keep that in mind, but I'd be willing to bet practically anything at this point that people are about to find far more examples of this. There's already, 7 different designs where stuff was copied and pasted into the game across multiple assets, which to me all but guarantees that the real number doesn't stop at 7. It's not like we just initially found all of the examples that are out there. It probably goes far higher than that, far higher than 7. But we also have to use a historical lens here and remember that once or twice per year, a different artist, mind you, comes out on social media and says, "Hey guys, wait a minute, Bungie stole my artwork," which is not a fluke anymore. Okay. It's become a pattern. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Bungie knew as a company that the assets were stolen. They probably didn't, to be fair. I'm not going to pretend that I can tell you who's responsible for all of it. Maybe it really was an individual ex-employee artist like they claimed. But for this one, I don't feel like tiptoeing around with the language, and I don't think it's even remotely necessary. Because the stone cold truth is that Bungie did use stolen assets all over Marathon. That is a fact. Hopefully they end up compensating Anti-Real. I think it's likely at this point. The optics are so bad with this one that there's really no way to dodge accountability for it, like they would probably hope to do in other circumstances. But I guess we'll see. I hope they get what they deserve. Like, Anti-Real gets what they deserve in a good way, is what I'm saying. I don't really care if Bungie gets what they deserve, as long as they compensate the person who actually made the artwork and, I don't know, just move on from it in a constructive way, right? The get what they deserve is supposed to be positive in this case for a talented artist. That's my point. But anyway, if you want to support the channel, check out the links down below, a special VPN deal, locals and Patreon, also Anti-Real's social media pages because they do excellent work, and more, but I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, question everything, and have a nice night.
Okay, there we go. I'm back. This guy has a case. He'll just take the money, but you could actually rake the company over the coals legally for this. He has an open and shut case. He just needs a shark lawyer, and he'll get more than they would ever offer him. The betrayal that destroyed Bungie.
Bungie was once the most beloved game developer in the world. They're the studio that created Halo, the minds that forged Destiny. But things have changed so drastically over the last few years that the company is almost unrecognizable. Huge waves of layoffs, lawsuits from ex-employees, and hush money flying around to keep everyone quiet. It's a conspiracy that goes all the way to the top of the company, when one man, one spy, seized control of it all and has been driving Bungie into the ground ever since. A shell of its former self, Bungie is ready to release their next game, Marathon, in 2025, but the hype is already gone. It would all begin with one deal which would change Bungie's fate forever, which happened back in 1999 when Bungie was acquired by a little-known company called Microsoft. For years, Bungie had been an up-and-coming rock star in gaming. They developed a few huge hits, but needed financial backing to get their latest project, Halo, off the ground. Microsoft offered them the money and resources they needed, as well as the support of the Microsoft brand. On paper, it was the opportunity of a lifetime, but the transition didn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. Bungie wasn't used to deadlines and business plans, worrying about shareholders and stock prices. And once the team moved from Chicago to the Microsoft campus in Redmond, Washington, they started to meet Microsoft execs who didn't exactly jive with Bungie's way of life. For Bungie, it was all about being creative, trying new things, and having fun. For Microsoft, making games was all about money, streamlining the creative process into an assembly line to create and sell content. Typically, when acquiring a new company, Microsoft would absorb them into their way of life. For Bungie, that meant putting everyone on the same floor of some unmarked office building, having them file into their identical cubicles on Monday morning, and telling them to slave away to finish the game before the end of the quarter. But Bungie wasn't about to be another cog in the machine. Bungie made it clear to their new employers that they were different from the other studios that came before them. If Halo was going to get finished, it was going to be on their own terms. Receiving the message loud and clear, Microsoft backed off and let the team get to work. With Microsoft off their backs, it was time to focus on finishing Halo. Step 1 was to figure out what kind of game it was going to be. Originally, they envisioned an RTS and then a third-person shooter before finally landing on the first-person shooter we know today. This would turn out to be the right choice. Players were put right in the middle of the action, meleeing elites, hopping into vehicles, and seeing through the eyes of Master Chief. With the incredible 3D graphics, the open world level designs, and the iconic soundtrack and story, creating an FPS felt like the right choice. And when Halo released alongside the original Xbox on November 15th, 2001, people were blown away. Halo sold over 1 million units in its first few months, and Microsoft immediately asked Bungie to start working on a sequel. Eager to continue building on the universe they just created, they agreed, but had to reconsider their position because they didn't receive nearly as much money from the first game's success as they had expected. Apparently, Microsoft wasn't big on profit sharing, and if Bungie figured out a way to negotiate out of their contract, they could go back to being independent and potentially make a lot more money. But Microsoft knew they had something special and wanted to make sure Bungie stayed with the company. So, for Halo 2, they went to the negotiating table. Bungie knew they had a lot of leverage given the success of the first game, but needed some help dealing with Microsoft. So, they hired someone they thought would be the perfect fit for the job, a Microsoft exec named Pete Parsons. But this new employee had an agenda of his own, and one day, way down the line, he'd be the reason for Bungie's downfall. For now though, he was just the new guy. In the 90s, Pete was the director of Xbox game marketing. During the development of Halo CE, he apparently fell in love with what Bungie was doing and wanted to get involved. So he applied for the role of studio manager, and given his experience at Microsoft, he felt like the perfect fit. He was hired in 2002 and would be the new person dealing with Microsoft on Bungie's behalf, discussing things like marketing, planning, and negotiating. For Halo 2, Bungie wanted assurances that their hard work wouldn't just be to line the pockets of Microsoft. They wanted their cut, especially if the game was successful. So, Microsoft agreed to work something out. Second, Parsons had to deal with Microsoft's unrealistic expectations for how long it would take to finish the game. Everything about Halo 2 was going to be bigger, better, and shinier, but they would need more time and resources to accomplish them. Microsoft initially wanted Halo 2 to release in 2002, less than 1 year after Halo Combat Evolved. The Bungie team made it clear that this would be impossible, and if Halo 2 is going to be a proper sequel, they'd need a lot more time than that.
More time. Yeah, everybody used a lot more time.
They convinced Microsoft to extend the deadline to 2004. It wasn't much time by today's standards, but it was enough that the team felt like they could breathe a little. One of the first things they started working on was a tech demo to show fans at E3 2003. And what they created, well, it blew people out of their seats. But the demo they created was smoke and mirrors. The Bungie team had gotten so excited to show off all the new things their engine could do, things like dynamic lighting and revamped physics, that they got a little carried away. The demo was too good, and it would be impossible for them to create a full game that would live up to those standards. But they had to get it done, and Parsons began cracking the whip. He made it clear that there would be no deadline extensions, no canceling the project, and no lifeboat. Halo 2 was going to get finished whether the team liked it or not. What followed was one of the most infamous crunches in game development history. The team essentially lived at the studio, working day and night, and the devs nearly killed themselves trying to get the game out the door. Parsons, as studio manager, was blamed for the lack of planning that led to the inhumane work conditions, but the Bungie team, against all odds, managed to pull it off. When Halo 2 released, it was to resounding applause. The fans loved it. The critics loved it. It sold 2.4 million copies and generated more than $125 million in its first 24 hours. Microsoft was making money hand over fist, and it looked like the profit-sharing deal they made with Microsoft would make everyone at Bungie filthy rich. Except for one thing. Microsoft backed out of the arrangement. The Bungie team was furious. Microsoft had lied to them. They refused to pay them what they had promised, and even worse, they were asking for yet another Halo game. Bungie was torn. They'd just been betrayed and were ready to walk away for real, but they also felt they at least had to finish Halo 3 for the sake of their fans. They powered through the development of Halo 3, a much smoother affair than Halo 2, and what they came out with was, well, one of the greatest FPS games ever made. Halo 3 was lauded for its story, its multiplayer, its Forge and theater modes. It was breaking sales records left, right, and center, and proved the power of the brand new Xbox 360. But back at the studio, things couldn't have been worse. In the months before Halo 3's release, the team was unable to finalize a deal with Microsoft. Parsons was failing to make headway on negotiations, and two of the most important people working on Halo 3, founder Jason Jones and art designer Marcus Lato, straight up quit before being convinced to come back to the table. As a show of solidarity, Parsons also offered to resign if he couldn't secure a deal. After some heated debate with other members of the team, Jones and Lato were convinced to stay. However, when the group was deciding what to do with Pete Parsons, a few members believed he'd been double dealing, playing Bungie to help out Microsoft. So they took him up on his offer to resign, saying goodbye to Parsons with a pizza party. With Parsons gone, Microsoft realized Bungie was serious about leaving, and the two parties finalized a deal on July 7th, 2007. The deal said that Bungie would develop 2 more Halo games, Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach, before leaving to become independent and hand off the Halo IP to the newly founded 343 Industries in 2010. Microsoft would remain as a minority equity interest for the next few years as Bungie transitioned away. The deal was pretty good, but not being allowed to take the Halo IP with them is a decision many lament to this day. As Halo composer Marty O'Donnell put it,
"We should be independent, we should own our own IP, we should never let a big corporation own the intellectual property that we're creating. As creators, we should own our intellectual property."
When the news broke, fans were shocked. But even more shocking was what came next. But before we get into that, do you hear that? Do you know what that is? That's the most wonderful sound in the world. That's the sound of War Thunder. War Thunder is the biggest, baddest, beefiest vehicle combat game on the market, and it's free to play on PC, console, and a shiny new mobile app. Look at this thing. This bad boy can hold more than 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from throughout history. They've got old school retro models like armored cars and biplanes from the 1920s for you fans of the classics, and modern models like the main battle tanks and fighter jets from the present day for you young guns. Each one can be decked out in real camouflages, historical flags, or whatever other cosmetics suit your tastes. Once you're done making your fighter jet nice and pretty, it's time to hit the battlefield. War Thunder will drop you right into the middle of epic PvP battles with more than 70 million other players and let you fight in some of the most iconic battles in military history. War Thunder is also available as a brand new mobile game, so you can fight your battles at home or on the go. As a limited time offer, if you enlist today, you'll receive a massive bonus pack open to new players and those who haven't logged on in at least 6 months. This bonus pack includes the Eagle of Valor Vehicle Decorator, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. This deal is as good as it gets, and if you're on console or PC, you can access the bonus pack right now through our affiliate links in the description below. So, what are you waiting for? Download War Thunder today. As I was saying.
Okay, lunch break is over. We're going to keep going, but let me move some stuff around real quick so I can work on the other screen. I guess y'all can watch me work. I'm not doing anything that's going to have PII in it just now. Yeah, let's do that. Where are we today? Okay, this did not get done today. We'll move that down there. We got to do that. We can worry about that thing tomorrow. We got to do that. We got to apply to a couple anyway. Let's do that after. Been streaming for 30 minutes. There we go. We just had lunch. Yeah, we're currently working on this. Okay. Let's work on that for like 2 hours, and then we'll apply to some jobs. Okay. We can do that tomorrow. We'll need to work out. Okay, and then I took my medicine here, and I totally skipped breakfast, and we'll do all that later. Okay. What,
Bungie leaving Microsoft was a shock, but the biggest shock was yet to come. In 2010, Bungie signed a new contract with one of Microsoft's biggest competitors, Activision. The contract was a 10-year, $500 million deal that would allow Bungie to have creative control over their new game and retain.
Hey, I'm finally getting settled in and setting everything up. Hey, Deathforge, thanks for saying hi in the chat. I just brought the chat back up. I was like, hey, you should be looking at the chat. Yeah, Ken Post, I think I actually had never played Destiny. I always looked at Destiny because I had played Warframe like for a long time. Like even when Warframe first came out, I gave it a try. And then I just look at Destiny. I was just like, huh. And then I just go back and scratch that same itch with Warframe. I've never actually played Destiny, so who knows? Maybe I'll give it a try one of these days. Today, we're gonna keep watching this, and then the other thing that I'm doing is I'm gonna set up a Fiverr page to do some business AI implementation stuff. So that's what I'm chatting with the AI about, my ideas on that right now, and we'll see how it spits stuff out. So let's go back to watching this, and no, I'm gonna move it over. I don't think. I mean, I guess you guys could watch me type. I don't know, like. Oops. Oh yeah, see, that's on the wrong thing because I got the camera there and stuff, so you wouldn't even be able to see it. Okay, there's just not enough screen real estate. Let's do this. Let's just move it over here. Okay, that looks good. Okay, and then I'll switch over to my main screen when I get this stuff with the AI a little further along. I'm sitting here writing one really big, huge prompt, basically, of all my ideas. So we're just gonna check this out while I do. We'll get something. Was I on mute? God damn. All right. Well, I'm all settled in finally. So let me keep chatting with the AI here because I'm putting my plan together for what I'm going to do to try and get some streams of revenue coming in to be able to work remotely still. So push come to shove, I just go get a job at McDonald's or something. But I'm sure if I put some thought into it, I should be able to make some contracting gig work.
Ownership of the new Destiny IP. In exchange, Activision would be in charge of all publishing and marketing for the game, allowing the creative team at Bungie to focus on making the game. But this new partnership wasn't all sunshine and flowers. Sure, Bungie had managed to get away from Microsoft, but much like the Flood in Halo, they had some parasites aboard the ship who were destroying them from the inside. One of those was Harold Ryan. Ryan was a Microsoft playtester in the late 90s who was hired on at Bungie around the same time as Pete Parsons. When Parsons resigned in 2006, Ryan took over his role as Bungie's studio manager. After the release of Halo 3, he was promoted to company CEO and would be in charge of overseeing ODST, Reach, and the upcoming game Destiny. To help get all of these projects off the ground, Bungie needed a marketing wizard who understood the games they were making. Up until this point, Marty O'Donnell had been doing the job, but he was struggling a little bit. So Ryan hired the only person he could think of, Pete Parsons. As you'd expect, many veterans at Bungie were worried about the move, but justified it by saying that Parsons was a phenomenal marketer who would help them sell their games. Plus, with Bungie leaving Microsoft, there wouldn't be any conflict of interest. Still, it was hard to ignore the fact that Bungie suddenly had 2 ex-Microsoft employees in the highest position of the company, and once the deal with Activision was signed in 2010, it became clear that Microsoft's profits-first culture had infected Bungie. It started in 2011. With their newfound freedom, Bungie could take their new game in whatever direction they wanted. Unfortunately, not everyone was aligned, and divisions started to form. On one side, there were the business guys like Ryan and Parsons. On the other were the veteran creatives who actually made the games. Jamie Griesmer, the architect of Halo CE's 30 Seconds of
This video is very apropos to the essay on game development methodology and procedure and methodology that I'm writing.
Fun, Joe Staten, the man who wrote the Halo trilogy, Paul Bertone, design director, Marcus Lato, art director, and Martin O'Donnell, game composer and Bungie founder. Starting in 2011, in the midst of working on Destiny 1, those on the creative side of things started leaving the company rather unexpectedly. The first to leave was Jamie Griesmer. He cited burnout and frustration at the lack of direction Bungie had for Destiny 1. This was followed by Paul Bertone in 2012, then Joe Staten in 2013, and finally, Marcus Leto quit in 2014, citing the crunch culture fostered by Pete Parsons as one of the main reasons for his leaving.
I'm like, wait, did we just get rid of the very best designer we've ever had? And he goes, yeah, we did. I'm like, okay, how does that make sense? Like, our total design power, went from here down to here, and with no plan on fixing the deficit. And he's like, yeah, you're right.
But it gets even worse. These creatives, some of whom made up Bungie's board of directors, began disappearing one by one, leaving people scratching their heads. One of those reasons was the fact that they had founder stock from when the company went independent in 2010, which would vest if they stayed with the company for a certain period of time. Rather than let these veterans have their founder stock, those we just listed were likely offered separation deals where they would be paid X amount of money in exchange for their resignation. On top of having the stock returned to Bungie, these deals had the added benefit of letting Ryan and Parsons stack the board of directors in their favor. The plan was working, and they just had one more person to get rid of, Marty O'Donnell. But he wouldn't back down so easily. Seeing what was happening to those around him, Marty refused to accept any sort of deal, essentially daring the leadership to fire him. When they did fire him in 2014, he retaliated with a lawsuit, saying he was wrongfully let go and was due his founder stock. Not long after, he won the suit, confirming for many what was happening behind closed doors. Sadly, by 2014, the core Bungie creatives who carried Halo through the 2000s were mostly gone. Ryan and Parsons were now firmly in control of the company's direction. Thankfully, people were excited for their new game, whatever it would be. Following a huge marketing campaign from Activision, Destiny broke records with over 4 million pre-orders and made more than $500 million on day one. The game looked stunning. The gunplay felt great, and the guys that made Halo just hit another home run. At least, that's what it seemed like on day one. It quickly became apparent that the game wasn't quite finished when it came out. Missions were cut and pasted repetitively. The game's story was fractured, with much of the lore hidden behind grimoire cards that were only viewable on Bungie's website. The game's main storyline had about 8 hours.
Interesting music choice. But his delivery lets him choose music like this. But the music that I typically choose in the background is a little bit more down tempo than this. That's not true. I don't know. I just really noticed the music in this one, but not in a bad way.
Hours of total gameplay. This was not the massive MMO shared world experience that Bungie had promised, and the game did not feel finished. Many pointed fingers at Activision for pushing Destiny out the door before it was done. And of course, that was true. Activision during this time was known for caring about one thing and one thing only:
money!
But there was other turmoil behind the scenes that made it difficult to finish the game on time. Destiny's development was fraught with issues, including the game's story being axed and pasted back together, and veterans leaving left, right, and center. Still, Destiny was a commercial success, and after several DLCs, the game started to take shape. Bungie fleshed the story out, they introduced raids and a ton of other story elements, and it finally looked like Destiny was going to reach its full potential. But then, just when Bungie looked like they were about to redeem their game, two things happened.
This is why my current video game consumption policy is wait 4 or 5 years for the game to go 60 or 75% off, and then when you play it, there will have been enough updates and stuff. It worked for Cyberpunk, didn't it?
First, in 2016, Ryan stepped down as CEO, leaving the position to be filled by the one man we hoped would never sit on the throne, Pete Parsons. But second, they did something that really, really pissed players off. They announced that they were ending Destiny 1. This was a punch in the face for many players. They'd spent a lot of time in Destiny 1 progressing their characters, grinding for loot, and expecting the game to last for, well, more than 3 years. Destiny was a live service game, which meant people would, over a period of time, pay for DLCs and other updates with the expectation that the game would stay online. The understanding is that all the time and money they invest would carry over a period of years. Unfortunately, there was money to be made. The justification was that Destiny 1's game engine had some limitations that made it difficult for Bungie to keep updating the game, especially with the Xbox Series X and PS5 on the horizon. So, the only option was to rebuild the game in a new, modified engine. However, that meant a new, full-price game with all progression from the original being reset. Needless to say, people weren't too happy. But this was always the plan. Just 2 months after Destiny 1's release, Activision Publishing CEO Eric Hirshberg said in an interview, quote, "Work had already begun on future expansion packs, as well as on our next full game release. They revamped the progression system and put in a ton of new microtransactions, in-game currencies, expensive cosmetics in the Everstore, tons of grinding. It felt like players were being forced to start over from level 1 so that Bungie and Activision could cash in on restarting their progression. And it only got worse as the years dragged on. Eventually, it became apparent that despite a large player base, Destiny 2 wasn't the cash cow they had hoped for. The Forsaken expansion in 2018 was critically acclaimed by fans, but Activision labeled it as a commercial failure, with Activision's COO saying Destiny 2, quote, "was not meeting financial expectations." So, Activision and Bungie went into talks about parting ways. A few months later, and with some help, Pete Parsons negotiated with NetEase for a $100 million investment, and Bungie broke away from Activision in early 2019. From 2019 to 2022, Bungie was on a redemption tour, with many attributing it to their independence. But the honeymoon wouldn't last. Once again, after only 3 years of independence, Bungie started running out of money. Players who had been around for years were having the time of their lives, but the game wasn't bringing in new players and therefore actually wasn't making that much money. Fortunately, someone had their eye on Bungie for quite some time. Sony offered Parsons $3.6 billion to buy them out. Despite a history of being burned by Microsoft and oppressed by Activision, and despite knowing that this kind of thing usually ends badly, Parsons simply could not say no to that much money. So, for the third time, Bungie was sold to the highest bidder. Thankfully, this acquisition felt much more equitable for Bungie. They wouldn't be beholden to developing exclusively for the PlayStation, they would be allowed to keep the Destiny IP and own any new IPs in the future, and there wouldn't be any layoffs. Sony viewed Bungie as a key asset that would be a huge part of their 10-year live service plan, so they set aside $1.2 billion and put it towards employee retention. Basically, paying employees extra not to leave the company. In an industry like video games, this was a breath of fresh air. People were expecting a huge wave of layoffs, so it was a relief to see Sony welcoming them in with open arms. But it wasn't Sony they had to worry about, because the call was coming from inside the house. In 2023, Destiny 2's The Final Shape DLC and Marathon were both delayed, due to a wave of layoffs initiated by Pete Parsons. Parsons took to Twitter to share his condolences for those he just laid off, claiming that the commercial failure of D2's Lightfall DLC was part of the reason. Just a year prior, Sony had put $1.2 billion aside to keeping everyone around, and none of that money went into, well, keeping everyone around. But this was a drop in the bucket compared to what happened in 2024. The Final Shape would be the latest DLC for Destiny 2. Prior to its release, many felt that its success would dictate whether Bungie would have another round of layoffs or not. Thankfully, it ended up being both commercially and critically a smash hit. With all sorts of money coming in, employees finally felt like they were safe. So imagine their surprise when just 2 months later, on July 30th, 17% of the company, aka 220 employees, were laid off with no warning. Some were told in short meetings and asked not to spread it around. Some discovered they were let go when they tried to sign in the next morning and found themselves locked out of their accounts. Parsons put out his own condolences, saying, quote, "Today is a sad day at Bungie as we say goodbye to colleagues who have all made a significant impact on our studio." It was incredibly tone-deaf, given the fact that he was the one who initiated the layoffs in the first place. To make matters worse, employees were intentionally let go on the 30th of the month so Bungie wouldn't have to pay for their benefits. The exact same thing they did 1 year prior during the last round of layoffs. Some were even terminated a week before their maternity leave kicked in. And as though history were repeating itself, the whole issue of founders stock came back into play. After going independent again, certain veterans had stock with vested interest, saying if they stayed with the company until X date, they would receive a certain amount of shares as compensation. However, if they left the company for whatever reason, being laid off included, that stock would be forfeited and restored to Bungie the company. Throughout 2023 and 2024, plenty of veterans said goodbye to Bungie. Destiny 2 director Joe Blackthorne passed on the torch, game director Chris Barrett was fired, But this round of layoffs targeted some of the most important and most experienced devs at the company. Mark Noseworthy, who worked on Reach and both Destinies, Luke Smith, who is one of Bungie's most important devs since the Halo days, and Michael Salvatore, Marty O'Donnell's co-composer.
If your last name is Blackthorn, you roll you rolled a 20 on the character creation name dice roll.
On both Halo and Destiny. It's unclear if they were laid off or if they took separation deals like the ones back in the early 2010s, but either way, 3 of the last remaining Bungie veterans were all gone within days of each other. The blame fell squarely on Pete Parsons. It was his decision to downsize and put people out of a job. Sony had tried to keep people around, but Bungie had initiated the layoffs. And throughout it all, Parsons spent more than $2 million on vintage cars. Yikes. These layoffs could not have come at a worse time. Bungie was gearing up to unveil a massive project they'd been working on for the past few years, but now they were missing almost 1/5 of their workforce. The game is called Marathon. Bungie released a few teasers throughout 2024, and on April 12, 2025, the world finally got its first look at Marathon's gameplay.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4.
Ahead of the reveal, tons of creators were given early access to play the game and give viewers their thoughts. Unfortunately, the reception wasn't what Bungie had hoped for.
It seems like you're playing an extraction shooter that to me sometimes feels like a battle royale, and that's kind of it.
More and more information started coming out about it, and now I'm just like, it's not yet at disappointment, but it's more so towards confusion.
$40 for a live service game with all of the trappings, no proximity chat. What are you guys thinking?
The hype for the cinematic trailer in 2024 was all but dead, and this new extraction shooter felt like it was already late to the party. The issues are due to Bungie being in a leadership crisis. All of the veterans who made Halo and Destiny are basically gone, and many feel that Bungie employees are just staying to get the game out the door and plan to leave as soon as it releases. With so many key members gone from the company over the last 2 years, it's a wonder who's still around to develop it. But the big question is, what will happen to Pete Parsons? Gamers from all around the world are calling for him to step down and be held accountable for what's happening at Bungie, but as we all know, that doesn't happen to CEOs. More than likely, if Marathon fails, Parsons and the rest of the shareholders will be laughing to the bank while us players sit here and wonder, whatever happened to the company that made Halo? Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You can start playing now for free on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and the brand new mobile app. If you're a new player or someone who hasn't logged on in at least 6 months, you can use our links in the description below to receive a huge bonus pack on PC and console, which includes exclusive vehicles, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium. So what are you waiting for? Download War Thunder now.
I mean, that seems to be the life cycle for game studios and even movie studios. The people that built the brand or the IP or whatever it was that actually were creative and business professionals. They did really good. And then when those people step down and you get business professionals instead of anybody who's creative, this happens. I'm looking at you, Star Wars. That's okay. George Lucas sold Star Wars to the only company on the planet that could afford it. So that's fine. He got his payday. Good for him. I suppose if I was him, I'd just be making Star Wars films forever, but he didn't take the... It was popular to hate on Star Wars videos on the internet for a while. There's this little group called Red Letter Media that released an amazing review. However, Lucas was on the receiving end of all that. Okay, I'm still doing... So, let me show you guys what I'm doing real quick, just so you can see. Okay, so I basically automated myself out of a job. I was able to implement AI tooling for the company that I was working for, and we reduced the amount of touch points needed when customers contacted from like 99% down to like 29%. And then it actually improved those touch points because by the time it got to somebody, most of the information they already needed to resolve the issue was there, where a human needed to be involved. They had all the info they needed, so it sped everything up too. So instead of it taking like a week to get something solved, it took like a day, right? So once that was launched and I made a couple of refinements, about 2 or 3 months later, they let go at 80% of the customer support staff. And then they kept me around for about 4 more months to make sure it all worked, and I made some updates, and then they got rid of me. So my buddy, my roommate actually, that I was talking to, because I'm trying to get other streams of revenue and stuff. He says, well, why don't you just do contract work for small businesses like that? Basically, go to a small business, consult with them, and figure out which AI tools to implement for them, and then implement it. Like, I've already done this shit. I already did this stuff for, like, I have experience. I'm good at this. I know I'm good at it. I like to do it. I think it's fun. The thing that I like the most is actually interviewing people to figure out the thing that we need to build for them. That's one of it's one of the things that I like the most about a project manager, is talking to people and putting together a plan that they're happy with. They read the, oh wow, this is really good. Yeah. Well, we talked for 3 hours. The plan better be fucking good. Anyway, so he sent me this video of this guy. Where is this guy? This guy right here, starting a new AI agency from $0 or whatever, and he's this kid, and the video is damn near 2 hours long. And I'm sure this guy's great and everything, but I don't want to sit through. I'm a business professional. The people that he's talking to are going to be kids like him. I don't. So what I did was, first of all, I was like, well, how do I get a transcript? So I got a transcript. Use downsub.com, and you paste the URL of the video, and then you can just download the whole transcript. So I downloaded it, even though he has it disabled on here. There should be a download transcript here if he's got closed captioning. Yeah, but there's not. So he disabled downloading the transcript. That didn't matter because we used a third-party website to get it. And now that I have a transcript of the whole thing, I gave it this prompt. This is the transcript of video. I don't want to have to sit through the whole thing, so I want you to develop an essay that condenses this down for me. I have a lot of great skill sets, and I'm already formally trained project manager and have successfully led projects across multiple departments. By every definition, I'm already a business professional. Develop the essay for me and my background, right? Because I want it to talk to me like we mean business, because I do mean business. I'm switching. I talk to put your businessman hat on, and we're gonna start talking business. So I'm telling it to do the same thing here. So and this is DeepSeek, and then we got ChatGPT. So I'm actually now going to read through both of these because this one's a little short. That's a little more comprehensive, but let me see what they say. Okay. In the meantime, while I read through this, let us continue about the news. This has kind of caught my eye. The most destructive hack ever used. The deadly discussions destroying Ubisoft. Ooh. That's from a month ago. What happened a month ago?
Ubisoft is their own worst enemy. A company that was once one of the biggest names in gaming is now teetering on the brink of destruction. For years, Ubisoft was known for pushing the boundaries of what was possible in gaming. Legendary franchises, revolutionary open-world games, all of it under the tutelage of 5 brothers, the Guillemot family. But their good fortune wouldn't last forever. One of the brothers, Yves Guillemot, would slowly drag the company into a downward spiral, putting out half-finished games and valuing investors over the players. What should have been a gaming dynasty has now become a twisted version of its former self. This is the downfall of Ubisoft and all the deadly decisions that are killing the company. Ubisoft was founded in 1986 in Saint-Mond, France by the Guillemot brothers, the youngest of whom would go on to be CEO. By the 90s, they had already found moderate success with games like Rayman, and in the 2000s, they really started to take off. Ubisoft created shooters like Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon and Splinter Cell, adventure games like Prince of Persia, and cult classics like Beyond Good and Evil. But by far, their greatest achievements were Far Cry, which revolutionized the FPS genre by taking place in an open world, and Assassin's Creed, which took that same open world concept and pushed it a step further. By the 2010s, Ubisoft was an unstoppable machine, putting out annual sequels to their most popular franchises and publishing games by the fistful. But their rate of production was not sustainable for the scale of the games they wanted to make. Every new game was bigger and more grand than the last one, but you can only promise to revolutionize open world games so many times before you simply can't deliver on that promise anymore. Which is exactly what happened. The year is 2013. Ubisoft was getting ready for its next big release, which they believed would once again revolutionize gaming. The project was called Watch Dogs. It was an open-world action-adventure game where you play as a hacker named Aiden Pierce. The idea was that you, using this neat little device, are able to hack into anything in the world around you, identify people, make their phones malfunction, listen in on police scanners, and alter traffic lights to cause car accidents. The concept was pretty cool on its own, but that was nothing compared to the tech demo that was shown at E3 2012. When this demo released, it felt like a quantum leap forward for video game. Ubisoft had created this open world playground that blew all of their previous titles out of the water. One of the draws of the game was its stealth gameplay. There was a heavy emphasis on remaining incognito, blending into the background to avoid unwanted attention. Unfortunately, not everyone has access to the kind of cybersecurity Aiden Pierce has in Watch Dogs, but thankfully, we've got the next best thing: Incogni. Entering your personal information online can be dangerous. The scary truth is that it can be collected, bought, and sold without your permission by shady organizations called data brokers. These brokers, whoever they are, can access your name, age, location, even your browser history and online shopping habits, and use that information for their own nefarious purposes. These can range from minor annoyances like spam mail and robocalls to legitimate crime, like using your information to commit bank fraud or training AI to mimic the voices of your friends and family. The problem is, there are tens of thousands of these broker databases out there, and it's impossible to know which ones your information might be stored on. Thankfully, there's a solution. Like your own personal detective, you can follow along in real time as Incogni scans broker databases from across the internet to find out who is holding your information hostage and watch the data get deleted. Sign up now to take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code ACTION60 at the link below and get 60% off an annual plan at incogni.com/action60. After dropping this gameplay demo, the team at Ubisoft went dark for almost a full year. It's clear that they were building up to something and would likely show off more gameplay at E3 2013. To say people were excited was an understatement. Thankfully, all that waiting paid off. When we finally got our second look at Watch Dogs, we were shocked. The game looked like crap, at least compared to what we were shown originally. Let's take a moment to compare these two. In the E3 reveal, the character animations look stiff. The hacking looks like a cheap firecracker display, and the graphics are washed out, unpolished, and painfully average. They don't look like they're from the same decade, let alone the same game. It quickly became evident that fans had been served a vertical slice, a small, hyper-polished slice of a game filled with elaborate NPC set pieces, animations that don't appear in the real game, and graphics cranked to 11. Now, it's important to note that this wasn't something new. Tons of game developers did this to drum up hype for their games or to get a small demo out the door while the rest of the game was still under construction. But the scale to which Ubisoft did this with Watch Dogs was shocking. Coming out of the Watch Dogs fiasco, Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot went on record saying that the experience would fundamentally change the way Ubisoft approached trailers and new releases. He assured fans that Ubisoft...
Oh, hey, welcome to the stream. I'm currently doing some job hunting stuff, so I'm actually reading some documentation on setting up a contractor business for AI implementation, which I have prior experience doing. So I'm currently researching that, and that's what I'm doing for my job hunt today, because I got laid off 2 months ago because I basically automated everything. The game that I'm going to be playing, to answer your question though, I think we'll do some Total Warhammer 3. Haven't played that in a couple of days. I just kind of need I didn't sleep too well last night, so we had a late start, and I'm trying not to like push myself today. I'm just trying to take it easy. So I think as soon as I get done with some of this reading through most of this documentation and setting some stuff up, we'll switch over and just do some gaming and relax for the rest of the day. Until then, we're checking out some gaming news. This is a video from a month ago by a guy called Ashkin, and he's got some nice high production values. Got some great editing. He even knows how to like shrink this down and put the border and stuff. He didn't have to do this. He could have just made this full screen, but he took the time. Him or somebody, an editor took the time, and they even added that little shadow right there. See the little shadow to make it look like it's on top of the surface thing or whatever. See that? So I really appreciate little details like that. So this guy's got really, really high production values, because otherwise he didn't have to do this. This probably took 30 seconds, but there's so many pieces like this throughout the thing that it's really high quality. And he's talking about how Ubisoft has just continued to make poor decisions and chew up their customer goodwill. I actually played Watch Dogs. It came with the GPU with the GPU I bought, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed the game. But I know I enjoyed it because it was free. If I'd have paid $60 for the Watch Dogs, oh dude, I'd have been fucking pissed. But it was free, so I actually loved it. But I can tell you right now, if I'd have paid full price for the game, I'd be super pissed. But I liked it because it was free.
Would commit to making their games playable, and that the demos they showed at events like E3 would be representative of the final product. But that didn't really happen. At that same E3 2013 event, Ubisoft released another trailer for a new game that whipped people into a frenzy. The announcement for The Division promised one thing. Can you guess? It's gonna revolutionize gaming forever. Yeah, we've heard that one before. The Division was a tactical, co-op third-person shooter that was also supposed to be a PvP MMO. The trailer showcased this gritty cityscape with incredible ambiance and action set pieces straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster.
I remember this. They baited and switched everybody again on like the performance and the look of the game, I think. Deathforge says, loved Watch Dogs 1. Watch Dogs 2 was more Saints Row with hacking. Yet I never played the second one. I got the game for free, and I didn't like it enough to spend any money on a sequel.
Buster.
It was good to kill a little time back in the day. It was like, but yeah, I don't see myself spending time on a game like that anymore.
Much like Watch Dogs, after this demo, the game went back underground. It would be 3 years before the game finally released, and in those 3 years, something in the game fundamentally changed. While players were expecting this immersive, tactical game where you and your friends execute surgical strike missions and badass urban warfare, what they got was this weird kind of RPG, kind of not RPG game, filled with bullet sponge enemies and cookie-cutter missions. It felt like The Division was trying to be a Destiny clone, which released in 2014. The mission structures were similar, the small instance MMO vibe was similar, but above all else, the addition of grinding for gear felt the most similar, and the most out of place. It felt like whoever was in charge of The Division looked at Destiny and said, we need RPG progression in our game. After grinding through the game's base missions, players were faced with the reality that there was no endgame. Live service also meant that the game was chock full of unnecessary microtransactions. The DLCs were paywalled, cosmetic items were pretty expensive, and the game was originally slated to have in-game currency you could use to buy weapons and gear. Thankfully, that was scrapped due to fan pushback of it being pay to win, but this was clearly something Ubisoft wanted to implement.
2 places at once, I like that. You know, they said in a video the other day, we were watching a video about NVIDIA basically doing the access media bullshit with giving out review copies of their hardware. So they'd like give out a free GPU to somebody with like, but here's all the things you have to talk about, right? They put conditions on it, and then if you say anything bad, they won't give you the access to a card again. It's like the same way that they do with the like Hollywood and movie reviews and crap like that. So it's nothing new, and like AMD used to do it, so it's nothing new under the sun. But they were talking about, let's see, where was I going with this? NVIDIA, talking crap. It's just one of those days, man. I lost my train of thought. I had a good point that I was going to make. This is how I know I'm tired. This is how I know I'm having a bad day. This stuff happens. I didn't get any sleep last night. I had a rough night. God, I can't remember the point that I was going to talk about NVIDIA. And I was going to tie it back into this, but I can't remember how now. Oh well.
Implement. In fact, Ubisoft felt the need to include microtransactions in all of their games moving forward, starting with one of their mainline franchises, Assassin's Creed.
We are the first.
The RPGification of the Assassin's Creed series was an attempt to breathe some life into the stagnant franchise. With the critical failure of AC Unity and Syndicate, both of which were panned for being buggy and repetitive, Assassin's Creed underwent a makeover, with the first game being Assassin's Creed Origins. Thanks to whoever makes the decisions at Ubisoft, AC Origins featured a 6-tab store in a story-based single-player game, which people already paid $70 for. Cosmetics, XP boosts, supply packs, and even the option to reveal parts of the map, all available for a few dollars each. This news caused outrage at launch, and understandably so. Having XP boosts and crafting materials available for purchase means the developers likely made the game slower and more grindy on purpose to encourage players to spend money. Origin sequels, Odyssey and Valhalla, had more of the same, and despite the in-game store being fairly unintrusive, it still felt like there was content artificially excluded from the base game only to be resold back to the player, despite them already having spent $70 to $130 depending on which version of the game they bought. And the bad press continued. When developing Odyssey, the dev team wanted Cassandra, one of the two leads, to be the only option as a playable character. However, Ubisoft's chief creative officer, Sergei Haskot, told the devs that having a female lead wouldn't sell. So Ubisoft added Alexios, resulting in 2 characters. Once the reasoning behind the change made headlines, Ubisoft faced a ton of backlash with claims of pandering and sexism. The fans wanted to know, who's to blame for all of this? And all eyes turned to the CEO, Yves Guillemot. Now is a good time to mention that behind the scenes at Ubisoft, something was driving the Guillemot family absolutely insane and threatened to take Ubisoft away from them. Between 2015 and 2018, the French company Vivendi attempted a hostile takeover. Really quickly, some Finance 101. A hostile takeover is when you buy more and more stock in a company in an attempt to brute force your way into becoming a majority stakeholder. Under French law, once you purchase 30% of a company, you're legally obligated to make an offer to buy the company. In 2016, Vivendi used this exact strategy to buy the mobile game developer Gameloft, which was previously owned by the Guillemot family. Now, they were coming for Ubisoft itself. After months of Vivendi buying their stock and slowly approaching that 30% mark, Yves had to do something. He rallied his family, business partners, and other Canadian companies to help save Ubisoft by buying as many shares as possible. The Guillemot family managed to retain ownership of Ubisoft with help from esteemed organizations like Ontario Teachers, who purchased over 3 million shares. Eventually, Vivendi relented, selling off all the shares they had bought. However, Ubisoft now had a new stakeholder, a little-known investor called Tencent. After escaping Vivendi's hostile takeover, Yves Guillemot now had a new problem on his hands. Tons of new investors. It was his job to keep them all happy, and to do so, Ubisoft needed to keep making money. Thankfully, Yves had a wonderful vision, one everyone was sure to love: blockchain gaming. Rather than just focusing on making more high-quality AAA games, as was Ubisoft's bread and butter, Yves decided that the blockchain would be the next major innovation. Under his leadership, Ubisoft became a founding member of the Blockchain Game Alliance, a group dedicated to promoting blockchain technology in gaming. Ubisoft didn't just want to explore the idea, they wanted to lead the charge. This led to the creation of Ubisoft Quartz, a platform dedicated to buying and selling cosmetics as blockchain assets, which would give players true ownership over their digital items. The response? Immediate backlash. Gamers saw it for what it was, a thinly veiled monetization scheme rather than something that would actually add to their gaming experience. The announcement trailer for Ubisoft Quartz was flooded with dislikes, and many players dismissed it as Ubisoft jumping on yet another trend no one wanted. But Ubisoft wasn't done. They didn't just want to add NFTs to their existing games, they wanted to create games utilizing blockchain technology. The company poured resources into multiple crypto gaming startups and even launched their own blockchain networking company. While other publishers cautiously backed away from NFTs after the crypto bubble collapsed, Ubisoft doubled down. Ubisoft quietly released an NFT game in 2024 to very muted reception. Still, Ubisoft could afford to take these kinds of risks. Their main franchises, Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, were selling tons and tons of copies. But behind the scenes, things were starting to fall apart. Several games were stuck in development hell. Allegations against high-ranking Ubisoft employees were coming out of the woodwork. And Yves, trying to fix the company and make things right, ended up doing the exact opposite and steering Ubisoft into a nosedive from which it would never pull out. The first problem came courtesy of one of Ubisoft's subsidiary studios. In 2011, Ubisoft acquired the free-to-play mobile game developer, Owliant, which was best known for its horse breeding simulator, Horse, that attracted more than 2 million monthly users. Not long after the acquisition by Ubisoft, Owliant promoted a new CEO in 2014, a man by the name of Charlie Guillemot, aka Yves Guillemot's son. Obviously, coming fresh out of grad school and being promoted to the head of a studio owned by your father isn't gonna sit well with most of your coworkers, but nepotism aside, it seemed Charlie did a fine job heading up the studio. Wanting to take advantage of the mobile games market, in 2018, Owliant was tasked with creating a mobile action RPG called Tom Clancy's Elite Squad. It seemed like it would be a guaranteed hit. The only way they could mess it up is if they did something stupid. And then they did something stupid. In 2020, the team released a cinematic trailer for the game. In it, the bad guys were revealed to be an organization called Umbra, a terrorist group who hijack protests and civil unrest to further their agenda for world domination. Pretty standard stuff, except for one thing. The organization's logo was a raised fist, which looked identical to the one used by the Black Lives Matter movement, which was in full swing when this trailer released. Ubisoft was basically calling the BLM protesters terrorists. Not only that, they were the main enemy in the game, so you, the player, get to be a military enforcer shooting at human rights activists. Needless to say, the backlash was immense. Ubisoft immediately
we live in the best timeline, y'all. We live in the best timeline.
Immediately issued an apology, removing all raised fist iconography from the game, but this snafu was just the start of a wave of bad press for Ubisoft. In the following months, news would break surrounding a slew of internal controversies that reached to the highest levels of the company. Ashraf Ismail, the creative director for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, was fired over an extramarital relationship with a streamer he met in 2017. Maxime Belland, Tommy Francois, and Serge Hascoët, the company's editorial chief, were accused of verbal and physical abuse, particularly towards female employees. In response, Yves put out a statement assuring the public that Ubisoft was committed to creating a safe work environment and making good on inclusive practices. But others at the company felt that the situation wasn't handled well. The result was a mass exodus of veteran game developers. Among those leaving the company was Yanni Malat, head of Ubisoft Canada, whose role would be taken on by Yves personally, essentially giving him full control of the company. Whether the employees left due to low pay, a lack of faith in the company's creative direction, or just disgust over the growing pile of controversies, Ubisoft's once hardened team of veteran developers was quickly being replaced by greenhorns. For a few of Ubisoft's AAA titles, up to 50% of the development team was made up of employees working on a game for the first time. With so much turmoil and his newly found position of power, Yves decided it was time to shake things up. In a 2021 earnings call, Ubisoft CFO, Frédéric Duguay, made a strange statement. Ubisoft was officially stepping back from AAA games. Quote, "We are moving on from our prior comment regarding releasing 3 to 4 premium AAAs per year. Additionally, we are building our high-end free-to-play games to be trending towards AAA ambitions over the long term." For a company that once prided itself on large-scale, innovative games, this marked a significant turning point, focusing on free-to-play mobile games instead. Soon after this strategic pivot, Ubisoft announced mobile versions for its biggest franchises. Assassin's Creed, The Division, and Rainbow Six were the first games to go mobile. The company even partnered with Netflix to develop 3 exclusive mobile games, further reinforcing its commitment to the mobile market. Ubisoft also launched a new mobile app for their game store and launcher, Ubisoft Connect. Ubisoft Connect was the company's answer to Steam way back in 2009. Unfortunately, compared to Steam, Ubisoft Connect was a pile of junk. It's slow, it's buggy, every time you turn it on, 1,000 pop-ups explode all over your desktop. And despite years of users complaining about its unfriendly features and expressing their frustration at Ubisoft games being exclusively available through this terrible launcher, Ubisoft has continued pushing out features that absolutely no one asked for. This mobile app, which promised to enhance player experience with more services and social features, was just another half-baked idea from Eve hoping to copy trends from Xbox Live and PSN. However, unlike those platforms, no one was using Ubisoft Connect for its social features. So why did it need an app in the first place? Between blockchain investments, mobile gaming, and Ubisoft Connect, Ubisoft's direction under Eve was clear. Chase emerging trends, even if it means giving up what made the company great in the first place. 2024 was the worst year in Ubisoft's history. There were so many failed games, cancelled projects, and controversies that we can't even list them all in this video. The year started off with game director Philippe Tremblay going on record saying people should, quote, "get comfortable not owning their games." This comment was in reference to Ubisoft's increased focus on live service game subscriptions and was kind of an excuse for why Ubisoft had a reputation for releasing unfinished games. The sentiment didn't sit well with the gaming community. Baldur's Gate 3's publishing director called out Ubisoft for their focus on selling subscriptions to games rather than focusing on actually making the games. The crux of the argument wasn't against live service games per se, but rather Ubisoft's inability to put out a finished game on release day. Which brings us to Ubisoft's first major release of 2024, the self-proclaimed first quadruple-A game, Skull and Bones. When Ubisoft released Assassin's Creed Black Flag way back in 2012, it was clear that pirates were a moneymaker. Not one to let an opportunity slip away, Eve ordered Ubisoft to start work on another pirate game immediately and quickly. Unfortunately, that turned out to be not very quick at all. Development of the game that would eventually become Skull and Bones lasted more than 11 years. The game was initially given to Ubisoft Singapore, the team behind the excellent ship-based combat from AC Black Flag, but as development went on, the game went through countless iterations and identity crises. First, the game was supposed to be a sequel to AC Black Flag, which honestly would have been all they needed to make fans happy. But then they pivoted, deciding on a pirate MMO instead, which is pretty cool. I could see this working out for them, and I can't wait to see what— oh, hold on, we're pivoting again? To a 5v5 arena shooter, but with pirate ships? What the hell is this game? As the years progressed, different project leads were brought in who would tell the team to either start over from scratch or radically overhaul their vision, only to be replaced not long after by another project lead who would want to start over again. The revolving door of directionless management was
development hell.
Expensive. And to keep the ship afloat, Ubisoft secured funding from the Singaporean government. In 2021, it finally seemed like the game was going to come out, and Ubisoft touted Skull and Bones as the first ever quadruple-A game. This was a big claim, but with 8 years in development and $120 million spent, this game had to be good, right? I mean, no other games that received countless delays and inscrutable hype ever failed to live up to expectations.
Well, maybe.
Plus, people were really excited to see what kind of game they decided to make after all those years under construction. Can you guess what they came up with? Drumroll, please. An open world live service game. Who could have seen that coming? It took Ubisoft until 2024 to finally release, and within hours, it was being brutalized by the internet.
Skull and Bones isn't the things Ubisoft itself said it would be at various points in its storied development.
Skull and Bones, to me, doesn't feel like something worth $70 and a decade of waiting.
Holy shit, Flop. Do you see this menu? This is a quad A menu.
In comparison to what we would expect from a AAA game, let alone this ridiculous quadruple A label, Skull and Bones is a colossal failure.
The game, somehow, was a regression from AC Black Flag back in 2013. The character animations looked worse. The water looked worse. The really fun shipboarding mechanic from Black Flag was reduced to a freaking cutscene.
How is it possible that it went back this much? This is 11 years ago.
Even the naval combat, the thing that was supposed to be the backbone of the game, was clunkier and less fun than other pirate games on the market. The game was floundering. And as you'd expect, Ubisoft was ready to shut the project down. Except, the game's development was supported by the Singaporean government. And since they helped pay for a live service game, Skull and Bones was gonna keep sailing until their contract is fulfilled. But this was just the start of 2024. In May, Ubisoft broke records with the release of X Defiant. The free-to-play first-person shooter had 1 million users within 2 hours of launch and 2 million within 48 hours. It was one of the best launch days in gaming history. Unfortunately, this is Ubisoft we're talking about. The game looked great, but under the surface, there really wasn't much there. Players would come and try it for a few hours, realize there was nothing special about it, and never pick the game up again. Still, despite the dwindling player count, X Defiant's director assured fans that they intended to stay the course and keep the game alive.
12 seconds later.
Well, that was a lie. Alright, let's move on to the next failure. To celebrate the momentous occasion, Ubisoft wanted to milk the Star Wars brand for all it was worth. So they announced 2 deluxe versions of the game, which would cost $110 and $130 respectively. These versions included vehicle cosmetics, early access to the game, a free season's pass, and access to a special mission featuring Jabba the Hutt. I don't know about you, but back in my day, spending $130 on a special edition of a video game would come with like a statue of the characters, a Master Chief helmet, night vision goggles, not just some digital bonus crap. And especially not a bonus level that was intentionally cut from the game and sold back to me? It's so shady. But things got worse when the game actually released. It was a buggy mess. The missions were frustrating, and the open world, which they were so excited to share, was more or less empty. When the game released on Steam, a little bit later in 2024, it peaked at 834 players. Sure, most players already bought the game in the Ubisoft store, but not even 1,000 concurrent players for a Star Wars game? What has the world come to? The end result was Ubisoft closing the studio that was responsible for the game in early 2025. Remember that comment about players getting comfortable not owning their games? Well, it came back to bite Ubisoft towards the end of 2024. Ubisoft made the decision to delist their 2014 open world racing game, The Crew, but Ubisoft took it a step further by preventing the game from being played at all, even by those who owned physical copies. This really didn't sit well with 2 fans of the game, and they filed a lawsuit against Ubisoft, which has yet to be settled. All of this is to say, in 2024, the company was in a really bad place. If you were a shareholder in Ubisoft, you might be a little bit concerned, and rightly so, because there was some seriously shady stuff happening behind closed doors. In 2022, Tencent purchased 49.9% of the shares in Guillemot Brothers Limited, suggesting that the two were getting pretty close. In mid-2024, a minority shareholder in Ubisoft, AJ Investment, published an open letter in which they accused the Guillemot family of conspiring against shareholders to take Ubisoft private and calling for Yves to step down as company CEO. This was followed by rumors of a buyout from Tencent, only furthering suspicions of collusion between the two parties. On top of this, all the failed games, costly ventures into the mobile and blockchain sphere, and countless other flops brought Ubisoft's share price down from 80 euros in 2021 to 13 euros in 2024. That's more than a 70% decline in just 3 years. Things could not be more dire, but thankfully, Ubisoft had a chance at redemption on the horizon. It was an Assassin's Creed game taking place in Japan, something fans had been asking for years, and it could be the saving grace Ubisoft and the Guillemot family had been hoping for. But leading up to the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows, things didn't go so smoothly. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a troubled project, as the game has faced what could be only described as a never-ending series of controversies, many of which Ubisoft brought upon themselves. When the cinematic trailer for this game came out, there were people arguing that it was a cool take on a niche part of Japanese history, but some were worried about the creative liberties the devs were taking when telling the story. Moving on from the fact that some people were a little bit upset about a black samurai, the game also had many historical inaccuracies, including Chinese architecture for one of its trailers, assets pulled from a Japanese reenactment group without their permission, and a number of other issues. Many on the internet expressed frustration with the game's depiction of feudal Japan, leading to the development team issuing an apology and saying the game is not intended to be a factual representation of history, but instead a quote, compelling historical fiction. Now, I get it. It is technically a historical fiction. This caveat is why games like Ninja Gaiden and Sekiro don't get lampooned for misrepresenting Japanese history, but Assassin's Creed is a franchise that famously prides itself on getting things right. The whole franchise is built on a reputation of being mostly historically accurate. Doing things like 3D scanning the interior of Notre Dame to get every brick correct, or following the layout of ancient Rome down to a T, Assassin's Creed games have a much higher bar than most other video games, and should be pretty strict with their representation of culture and historical accuracy. In their apology, Ubisoft did emphasize their collaboration with external consultants and historians, but quote, despite these sustained efforts, we acknowledge that some elements in our promotional materials have caused concern within the Japanese community. For this, we sincerely apologize. But that didn't stop them from collaborating with Pure Arts to create an Assassin's Creed Shadows statue featuring a one-legged torii gate. Many said this was offensive. Torii gates are found close to religious shrines all over Japan to indicate a boundary separating the human world and the sacred. The one-legged torii gate has a significant meaning of its own, but one of the most famous examples can be found at the Sano Shrine in Nagasaki, located 900 meters from the site of the atomic bomb drop. Needless to say, it's not the smartest thing to include on a toy, although it did get pulled from shelves. Still, there was still some hope that the game would do well, and if Ubisoft was going to get their win, it needed to come now. One more failed game, and it would be the end of Yves and his brothers at the helm of the company. But could Assassin's Creed Shadows do it? Did all the controversy turn people off of buying the game altogether? After numerous delays pushing the game's release into 2025, it finally released on March 20th. And the result was it did pretty well. It actually did well. Basically what we'd expect from a new Assassin's Creed game. The question is, was it enough to turn the tides for Ubisoft? Coming into 2025, here's what we know. Despite the success of AC Shadows, one of the studios that developed the game, Ubisoft Leamington, announced that they would be closing their doors on April 4th, which is not a good sign for Ubisoft. For the rest of the company, the shareholders are upset. Stock prices have dropped significantly and show no signs of recovering. At one point, Tencent wanted to buy the company, but under the stipulation that Yves Guillemot stepped down from his position as CEO. The Guillemot family said no, but Tencent has really wanted Ubisoft for many years, so they found a compromise. Ubisoft and Tencent would create a new company, which would be in charge of Ubisoft's existing money-making IPs, Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, and Far Cry, as well as new IPs in the future. This company would have completely new management running the show, kicking up royalties to Ubisoft in exchange for their autonomy. 75% of the company will be owned by Ubisoft and 25% by Tencent. In addition, Tencent put up $1.25 billion as a cash injection with assurances of getting their money back in case things start going bad. But what does this mean for gamers? Well, new management will hopefully mean better games in the future. Ubisoft staff and shareholders have wanted the Guillemot family out for a while, so hopefully the company will have a new creative direction, which will be significantly better than it has been over the past few years. With this cash injection, Ubisoft has some runway to get their affairs in order. Hopefully they can restructure the company to be profitable in the future or risk folding completely. Regardless, we'll have to wait and see what decisions come next for Ubisoft and the Guillemot family. Welcome
I don't remember what killed me last time. So we're just gonna go. Where the fuck are we? Oh, that's right. Castle Moore. Oh, that's okay. Okay, now I remember. Oh, it's this place. Oh, that's right. Can I dual wield? Here we go. Oh. But he just holds it up, so he can't dual wield. Where's my stuff right there? And there's a boss in there too. Strength. We're at 1630. Alright, let's go. Let's use all these runes and level ourselves up. Because I just realized I had all these things in my inventory that give me souls. See, there's a bunch. Yeah, I'm just going to gain all these runes. It'll help me level up. Okay, we got strength to 16. And we need to get dexterity up too. Let's dump some points into strength because we can. There we go. Yeah. Okay, now we can wield this. We're not really using the hand axe, are we? That one has a higher critical. There's a lion's claw for that one. Is there a way to wield this two-handed? How do we wield it two-handed? That's a great sword. Elden Ring, can you wield a great sword with two? Hold E and left click your two-handed. Hold E and left click. Two-hand right-hand weapons. Okay. Hold E and left click. Alright, let's try that. Two-handed weapon. Switch to if you change your keyboards. System, keyboard, mouse settings. Look for the action label two-hand weapon. Switch to maybe there's a video.
Hello everyone, in order to two-hand a weapon, the first thing that you're going to want to do is to make sure that you have that weapon that you want to two-hand selected. So if you're on PC, you're just going to press in the right arrow to switch your weapons until you select the weapon that you want to two-hand. So I'm going to be using this katana, and it doesn't matter what you have in your left hand. I'm just going to keep out the shield for now. Now if I want to two-hand the katana, all I have to do on PC is press in and hold E, and then while holding in E, you're going to left mouse click, and that's going to put your shield away, and now you're two-handing the katana. And now
Okay. And there's a guard. Okay, let's read what the advantages are. Benefits: increased strength scaling. 2 add-ons effectively increase your strength stat by 50%. Intense damage output. Unique movesets. Stamina efficiency. Improved poise damage. Okay. Well, what is that? What is he doing there? Stamp. Okay, what about this one? Okay, that's better. Maybe I gotta hit that special ability again. Alright, well let's now let's stick with the sword for a minute. We'll get our runes back. Oh, see, that takes up the energy there too. Okay. Be careful about that. Four hits altogether. Let's try it with the shield. Buckle. Swing again. Oh, damn. Damn. I forgot that this... Oh, this one's got the shield bash. Maybe I shield bash him first. Oh, I want to like the broadsword. I really do. I'm just still trying to figure out what my playstyle is. I haven't even cast any magic yet. I got like these 2 spells. Let's go get our stuff, and then we'll go exploring a little bit. Let me like leave a marker here. Place a beacon. No. Marker. Okay. So there's something there. That way I know there's something there. Oh, let's swap out. Got that special attack. Would have come in handy. Okay. I feel like... On PC, only certain weapons and shields can parry. Small and medium shields. Okay. Time is everything. You must press the parry button just before the enemy's attack lands, a few frames before. You still get hit. Best targets for parrying. Not parryable. Most enemy beasts, large monsters, magic arrows, or two-handed weapon heavies. Okay. Okay, so riposte. If you land a parry, the enemy will slump and expose their chest quickly. Move forward and press the light attack to stab them for massive damage. Okay, I think I did that one time. So most beast enemies, most large monsters against magic, arrows, and two-handed weapon heavies. So like they're gonna smash you with a thing that weighs 10 times more than you do. You can't parry it. But everything else, so daggers, swords, falchions, all that kind of crap. Practice on soldiers and knights near the starting area. And then there's that big boy over there. Yeah. All right. The boss is up that way. Let's just go explore before we get killed again. We'll come back here a little bit later. How do I know what spell? That one works on faith. That one works on faith. Okay, so I already have high faith, so I should just lean into faith stuff. Well, let's get to 20 on strength and then do something else. Wow, we really went all the way down south, didn't we? I guess we can go up and take a left. Maybe we can reveal some more stuff. Let me go take a quick bio. And be right back. And we're going to explore. Okay. Which direction are we heading? North. Let's go check out this big room. Stepped on something. Let's go check out this castle. Oh, look at, there's like a tree or something over there. Let's go check that out. See it? What is that, like a fire? Excuse me, sheep. Oh, okay. I really like how I can gather stuff while I'm still on my mount. That's nice. They're nice about that. Not very immersive, but that's nice. I recognize that there is a trade-off. Why are people dying over here? Oh, there's sunflowers. There's a lot of sunflowers. How did he die? Okay. Do you summon something here? Is that how this is happening to these people? Okay, well. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's go north. Let's go see the tree. The little tree, not the big tree. We don't even have any money. We leveled up and alright, so this is where we take a left. We're gonna brave the forest. Yeah, brave the forest to get to the big tree. That one over there. Come at me, bro. Where did it go? Fucking bug. Where's that skeeter? There he is. So go around that way. Okay. Grace that way. Oh, he's right. Oh, let's give him a good thumbs up on the message. Good. Yes. There we go. That's a good one, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I can see he's telling the truth because there's the thing right there. Yeah, see right up there. What's that? Oh, those are like some goblins. Okay, we could take care of them in a minute. Oh, there's a bridge over there? Oh. There's so much to explore and to do. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at how nice and comfy this is. And now we're gonna rest. And now we have reached maximum comfort. Let's take the bridge. I think that's the way to head to the tree anyway, ain't it? Yeah, we gotta go this way anyway. Those goblins are safe for now. I was gonna go slaughter all of them. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? Now, how did I get caught with my pants down? Why is that doing that? Inventory system? Oh. Okay, that's a broadsword. That's the dagger. Here's the great thing. There's the stamp uppercut. What's the other one? Lion's Claw? Is it this one? Does it have to be two-handed? Let's see, this is, which one is this one? Okay, this one says Lion's Claw, 20 cost. Alright, so I press that, and that's fine. There, now that's 110, okay. Yeah, okay, now. Yeah, that's the thing that I needed to do. So I need to be able to switch. And switch back to the shield. Okay, I'm just getting used to the controls. It makes better sense to have these hotkeys. Okay, I guess we're going this way. It's looking pretty good. Isn't there a tree up there? Wait, there's a tree up there. We're trying to find the tree. See, we gotta go this way, up there, and then we'll go up that way to the tree. We're gonna go see the tree. I wanna see the tree. Come at me, bro. Nothing. got like horns growing out of him and stuff. Poor guy. Apparently in this world you don't die. You go back to the tree, one of them, and then you get reincarnated again. So I'm not actually killing anybody. Okay, that's the way to the tree. We're still heading that way. What else we got? We got some wide open spaces. We got a wolf. That looks like a wolf. What's up here? Whoops. Oh, boots. Hey, buddy. Church of Pilgrimage, okay.
Spoken echoes linger here, words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you. In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Okay. No, I still don't have the thing for that. Okay. Okay, well now we have our gray spot. Oh, there's a gold tree over there. I bet there's good ingredients laying under it like the last one. What, no golden centipedes? Alright, let's go to the tree. That's been the plan. That's been the plan for the last hour. The gilded iron shield. Slow. Too slow, bro. Oh, come at me. Oh, yeah. More. Get back up. Oh. How can you kill that which is already dead? What the fuck is that? Oh shit. There we go. Look, y'all, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Maybe it was implied of me. There was just a shiny glowing object and I had to pick it up. I had to pick it up. What about you? You were new, you had to die. What were you, a jellyfish? Oh, jeez, man, come on now. What, do you gotta burn them to death or something? Done? Is this place done trying to kill me? tree. We got some spirit jellies over there. We don't need to fuck with them, do we? What do we need to fuck with spirit jellies for? What the hell is this? Sorry, bird. You were just there. We already got a pair of those. Oh, look. What is that? Looks like a big boy. Be wary of death. We made it. We made it to one of the trees. What the hell is all that? I don't. It's the game is so open-ended, Phoebus. I am just making small goals for myself. I have no idea what's happening or what I'm even supposed to be doing. I'm getting ready to go die because I'm going to go try that boss out because that's this whole game. In fact, how much? Yeah, see, I've only got 1,700 souls on me. I hear singing. singing? That's not the music, is it? Oh my gosh, is this going to be a cool gaming moment? I bet there's somebody down there. Oh man, we got stuff down there. Let's see if we can get down there. There's some bird lady down there. I was like, let's go. Every time I want to go talk to somebody, it's like, no, you have to fight and kill them. I just want to talk. I just want to know what the fuck I'm doing. Besides killing everything. I guess it's simple. Oh, that's right. This is what we were going to do. We're going to figure out why the fuck all this is on fire. No necessary item ahead. No number ahead. Range battle. Oh. It was you singing, wasn't it? I like the broadsword. 6 golden runes, okay. She was singing. Why was the harpy singing? That was crazy. Now I want to know why the harpy sings. Is there even anything over there? Where are we on the map? Oh yeah, there's nothing. Okay, well there's the minor bird tree. Yeah, right there. Alright, where do we want to go now? We haven't been over to this side of the island. So let's just go north. West, okay. guess we could. There's a big old boss over here. I guess we can mark that. Oh, that's her right there. That's the one. Oh, no, 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 no. It's fine. That's the boss that I was talking about. That one right over there. The one we're going to put a map marker on. Yep. We're going to select that one. We're going to put it right there. No, not that one. No, right there. No. There we go. Okay. So west. Let's head west. Oh. Oh, is there something in there? Maybe we go in there. What's up with these jellies, though? Do you see what I just did to your friend? Come back here. Oh, here we go. There's a little... It's almost hidden. It's almost hidden. It's way in the corner. Oh boy, I think we found our first dungeon. Oh, I do have it. Oh, hey. You better not be one of those respawning boys. Oh, they're the respawning boys. Respawn. Okay, those are like the annoying undead Koopas in oh fuck, are they coming this way still? Oh, son of a bitch, you still got aggro? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You want to do this the easy way? Shit. It's rough. We gotta figure out how to deal with the skeletons. Can we burn them? Can you light them on fire? let's not go that way. There we go. How about we just die and not aggro? Shit. Completely unnecessary. Dude, fuck this. Okay, let me look something up real quick. I'm new to Elden Ring, so I just encountered skeletons that constantly respawn. All I want to know is there a way to perma-kill them? Don't tell me if they're... Don't tell me how to perma-kill them. Just let me know if it's a possibility. Try figure out. Oh, okay. Well, Phoebus told us. Let's go try it again. Okay. Well, now this dungeon's suddenly feasible. I was like, is it a game mechanic to be chased around by these assholes the whole dungeon? Like in Super Mario? to switch to a shorter sword for that. Yeah, I panicked and I didn't use all my abilities. I could have got out of that. I'm thinking back to it. Okay, let's switch over to... Yeah, in fact... Let's do it. Oh, you're a nimble little bitch, aren't you? Missed it. Shit, come on. That's all out of time. Now it's just you and me, you son of a bitch. feel like I'm becoming more proficient at this game. Are all these boys? There are gonna be three motherfuckers right here. They're just gonna get up on me. Yeah, I didn't see where the one was. That one did it too. I wonder. I got an idea. This is, if I can do this, this is going to be amazing. Hold on. 2. Can you light that torch? I can't light the torch with the other torch. Can I light the candle? No, can't do it. How much do you think their gas bill is a month? Who wants some? You asked for it. Who's next? Prattling paper. What the fuck is that? Oh! You got a couple of souls for me too? You make me work for it? Beat up the corpse? There we go. I got so lucky. I cannot begin to tell you how lucky I got in that last fight, that I didn't get hit at all. That was the luckiest fight in this game that ever existed. What's the timestamp on that? 3 minutes 10 seconds? I might have to go watch that replay. That was some bullshit. Even I was like, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there's a dude up there. How do we get up there? Am I missing? Is there something I gotta do? Let me go back. Is there anything in here? anything at all. Shit. Maybe I move faster. I got out of there and then I went back to make sure I didn't miss anything and I couldn't get back out. Okay, I think that's a good place to stop. We explored the catacombs. We felt pretty cool about ourselves for a while. Now we're getting tired. The trap got me. It totally did. But now we can keep going. I think I got screwed over. Like I don't remember where I'm at in the chaos game. I guess we're about to find out. Yeah, turn 50. Let's see. Let's see where we're at. Oh, that's right. Archeon got wounded. We had like this epic fucking battle.
We shall weave the fates.
And now we're poised against the dwarves. That's right. Altar of spawns. Let's defend here.
Always ready for a headbutting contest.
What the hell is this strategic threat? Okay, so our relations are just going to keep going better with them.
Talk is cheap. Let's board Seafang and find some southerners to fight. 'Cause 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 'Cause
That's slantish. Okay. Oh, Warriors of Chaos. Okay, let's do that.
Come to me as a friend. I was a great friend. Just ask Sigmar. We agree.
Right, you know the gits, let's hear your offer.
A bunch of orcs, that's fine.
There's fighting time and yabbering time. Looks like we're gonna talk.
Ishtak Achtal Wantora. No! Lover. Man!
Okay. So we're defending our asset this side of the mountains.
Now they will see true power.
Okay, we do have an army here, that's good.
You need a boon.
We're rebuilding. Let's just sit tight for 2 or 3 turns before we raise another army. That way we can get our war chest up.
Now they will see true power.
Yeah, but we need to have some sort of army over here. We're going to get this one because it's going to increase our income.
Bring ruin!
A bargain. The storm of chaos depths. By the eldritch I see.
Yes, my lords.
Oh, this guy got a lot of success. Oh, that's right. And now we've actually got him fighting on the ground. Okay, we got him a badass charge. It's pretty hard to hit.
My prayers are answered. Glory awaits.
Six more turns for the Chaos Knights. Damn. Spawn. Can't upgrade anything there. Archeon comes back in one turn, so that's fine. And we're so busy building up that we haven't raised an army yet, so that's fine too, I guess.
Master Engineer.
We've only got the dwarves pissed off at us, but we got plenty of... How do I initiate diplomacy? Who is this guy? Marauder Chariot.
Slaughter the sheep.
World Walkers Norse. World Walkers. Okay, hi.
Your demeanor tells me you aren't here to duel.
Why aren't we better friends yet? It's because I don't have any money.
The masters have surely... Uzaba sepugi ontandar hangron epetu. Moving. There is only war. For chaos.
Motherfucker, is he on a dragon now?
What?
Manticore. Okay, fine. I'm fine with that.
You catch me in a moment of less rage, creature.
Yeah, sure. I need the money. I think those are the dwarves that we were at war with. I think we really screwed them up. Yeah, dude, those dwarves are gone. Alright, that's good. So that means there's no more threat over here.
Destruction for all! Spread ruin on them!
Okay, before we would go recruiting Archeon again, let's just build up some stuff. Look at all this. Just growing.
Dominance! Ready!
We'll get 2 or 3 more units in this army and then go attack something, or at least go raid something. No, I don't want him wounded. 10% for all buildings, that's fine.
Let us corrupt! Chaos! Let us corrupt!
One more turn, huh?
Mine eldritch eyes see. Now! We shall weave the fates. Now they will see true power. I foresee destruction.
I'd usually negotiate with my sword, but today you are lucky.
Okay, we need a lot of gold just to get military access. kind of got to go through him anyway. What happens if we head to the right? It's all chaos. So we're actually friends with like everybody. We just sit right here, get military access, and we can go down this way. There's the Empire. Those are the Dark Elves. This is all my stuff. And that's my ally. Ally. That's Nurgle. So yeah, let's give these guys a gift. World Walker's Null Scope.
Let's talk terms. But with any disagreements, there'll be a challenge.
You are God. Now is chaos. Let us corrupt.
Okay, I guess. Well, it looks like we can go this way because we got allies all. Let's just leave it. Let's just take a chance. We can res Archeon over here if we want. Let's have you go all the way out here. Okay. Now we're on the high seas.
Despoilers, come! Dominance! Yes. Oh, yes.
This is just going to take us up to the corner of the map, ain't it? Where's the corner of the map? Right there? I guess we go down that way. There's no way, yeah, there's no sea route that way. Okay.
I foresee destruction.
We have building upgrades available, but no money. Maybe 4,000 at least.
For chaos! Yes. baboon! You dare! The gods smile.
Just gonna hang on. Well, we gotta build something. We need to build something like this. A horse barn. So let's wait. We'll get that later too.
Fool!
This is the most peaceful game of Total Warhammer I've ever played. I'm surrounded by people that are actually my friends. Like I don't have like 5 factions trying to kill me right now. The scheme of doom. A special warlock engineer has been summoned, capable of causing a powerful earthquake in an enemy settlement. Oh no.
What?
Good thing they're my ally.
My lord Zinch agrees.
Dang, they got all this territory.
Now they will see true power.
Okay, we got the Dark Elves over there. That's Hargareth. That's Malik's mom. Malekith's mom. She's a naughty lady.
Are you a god?
Alright, let's spend some of this money. Oh, because it's 11K. I gotta keep saving up. Yeah.
I foresee destruction.
Well, I guess let's just keep getting the low-hanging fruit.
chaos.
Damn, this is like we got one set of dragon ogres, 2 chaos giants, a feral manticore, an exalted hero riding a manticore, a renowned chaos spawn, fucking werewolves. Oh, and then a bunch of chaos trolls. So like I'm looking for a fight right now. I think this is one hell of an army right here. You're just gonna walk up and smash, Hulk smash something. All right, let me go get a drink real quick. What are we gonna? Here, let's do this. Okay, I should be back by the time this is over.
Spoilers!
Oh, I didn't end the turn? Son of a bitch. Not that it takes very long. Which is quite the improvement. We're down to 99 different armies now.
No higher power than I. It is treason to command me.
Bring ruin. Ready. Onward to destruction.
You have a proposal.
Malevolent Lord.
My eldritch eyes see.
We might get over here and take this before this guy does.
Catch me in a moment of less rage, creature.
Yeah, pay me some money too.
The skies beyond the horizon darken, my lord. A black arc approaches. The Dark Elves use their mighty floating fortresses of war to support their forces abroad. Such mighty weapons must be engaged with great caution, for they bring doom on those unprepared.
Where my dark elf at? Right there. Hey, girl.
Let us not allow haste or rage to dictate business.
Malice Darkblade, huh? Okay. How about we don't fight each other? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Okay. I'm not trying to get in.
Speak, but the only promise I make is.
Okay, so we'll ask about trading later on. Right now, we paid everything we could just to get the.
We shall weave the fates. Forward unto slaughter.
Just to get the non-aggression pact. Okay, good. All right, now we're stuck here, but it looks like we can attack this and capture it next turn, and then we can head over here and take this, and then we'll have some territory over here too. So we got all our territory here, and it looks like we're starting to expand over here. All of this is taken up. These guys are our friends, so I'm happy with that. They got a huge chunk of land over there. All that must be theirs. Oh, those are the Wood Elves, of course. Okay.
Chaos! Are you a god? Need a boon. Yes. Bring them to ruin. Dominance.
That was easy. The next turn, we probably just march over there and go take it.
Let's be about this. fates.
Just need to save.
Try. Despoil.
Okay, so we already got that one. Good. What else do we got?
Invade.
All right, here we go. That's some nasty chariots. Nasty chariots. Castwares, helmets.
I once slew a vortex beast single-handed. No word of a lie.
Yeah, the good news is I don't think they have a lot. They don't have any. They have no anti-large. That is good. They have no anti-large. Okay, that's fine by me. Okay, so these are my anti-large.
Eye of the gods. Exalted hero. True power. Dark Prince.
Sorcerer Lord!
Chaos Marauders!
Yes, Lord!
A divine sensation.
Oh, he got some beefy boys too. Oh, he's a boy of corn. Okay. This guy on the Manticore too. Alright, so we're just gonna... So the plan is to just swoop in on these chariots and try to remove the chariots before they get into play. Alright, let's go. Y'all two can go nail that thing. And then let's see what he does at half speed. Come on.
Your giant terrorizes the enemy.
They're walking away. They're trying to get a better defensive position. Okay, that's fine by me. Chariots. Look at those chariots. What are we doing over here? Alright, not doing too good. Got it. Oh, they got their asses handed to them. Oh good, did he finish off those chariots? Hit them next.
Moving fast! Exalted hero! Fight! Give us carnage! Blood!
Faster! Move on them! Now!
Masters, witness me!
Chaos Marauders!
Bolt of shame! Hail fire! Reality bend! All burn!
Chaos Marauders!
My mastery absolute! Cinches boom! Make claim!
We want their eyes!
Exalted hero!
That's what the Masters bid! The Dark Gods command me! Ah!
So be it! Kill them! Exalted hero.
Oh, don't swear off against him. There we go. Let's get this Chaos Ogre in the back. There we go. Oh, what'd you just do?
Consumed by chaos. Veil fire. Reality bends.
There we go. It was a little bloody, but we did overpower him. We did get my units matched up correctly. They didn't have any anti-large. They got really screwed. Wow, you're outnumbered and everything. Who did the most work? Oh, these wolves? The Wolfie boys? At 88, yeah. Occupado, mommy.
Eldritch I see.
Hell yeah.
You dare.
Okay, who's this? This is the... This is the mage boy. Yeah. Vortex, huge stationary area effect, strong versus multiple units, good versus armor. Okay. What do you got? You got one more point? You got one more point for me? You got a Foe Seeker? What about Infernal Champion? Immortality Beckons. Okay, almost there. He's level 17. Foe Seeker. Foe Seeker.
Ah! The slaughter begins.
Okay, next, we're just gonna keep marching on you. Because you're weak. We're just gonna take this all over. We go. Okay, we're improving.
Need a boom.
Garrison Lord can sit there. This needs to go up to number 4. Yeah, let's build to it. Whoops. Actually, I'd rather do this one first. Yep, can't afford it right now. I want to raise another army, but like there's so much stuff to build up, and I'm in such a good position. I've got like really strong allies, surrounded by really strong allies that have no beef with me, and our relations are just continuing to improve. So I can't believe how good I'm doing on the map. In famous last words, maybe I'm missing something, but all right. Defense plus 24, charge reflection. When bracing, the unit causes additional damage when attacking charging enemies. Damn. Okay, so we'll just have to build when we do get Archaon back. We'll build him up to go take care of all these quests, because there's like a ton of equipment. And there's like a quest for each piece of equipment he can get. And they're stupid, and they're like named items, and they're stupid good too. They're like they got to be best in slot for him. All right, well we're gonna heal up, and then we'll go attack old boy. Now where is the? Yeah, we'll heal up for a turn or two there.
What?
Can't recruit here. We could bring Archaon over and double stack, but then that would be 350 upkeep. That's a lot. Alright.
Dominance.
Let's do it.
I'll have this world.
There we go.
Syrian's eye guides me.
What's this guy?
No! You need a boon. A challenge.
Assassin, additional 6% assassin. Oh, that's great. Good, we assassinated that guy.
Spirits of Morka, choose me, master.
Woundmaker. He need to be in the defense 3. You need to be a little thicker.
My prayers are answered. There is only war. It is decreed by me. For the gods of chaos. Very well. Bring ruin. Let us corrupt. The gods direct me. Very well, I'll move. By the eldritch I see. Moving now. Yes, yes. Let's be about this. Go now. Now they will see true power. Bring ruin? You dare? For chaos. My prayers are answered. Fight until you know nothing else. Bathe in battle. I am the chosen of the gods. Now the end times come. Forward unto slaughter!
Oh crap. Aspiring champion, spawn a Slaanesh. Oh, and some chaos warriors? Oh hell yeah. Oh, we're just gonna have to raise the army now. That's just too good. I have another thing in Orsons, it's fine. Good. Oh, now that's rating 500. That's fine. That seems good. Okay.
Are you a god?
So I have two. Okay.
We shall weave the fates. I'll have this world. Now it's my time. Are you a god?
One more turn will be full power. think we're gonna assault the units again and then raid over here as a way to increase our income some more.
Now they will see true power.
Okay,
We shall weave the fates.
Base weapon damage 50 plus 50% and armor piercing. Wow, that's a hell of a
The
buff.
gods smile.
Dominance. Never stop. Ready. Keep fighting.
Good, we're whittling them down. We'll get them one more turn and then attack.
Now they will see true power. Chaos!
What
Fate
if you come over
decrees
here
I move.
and then you started raiding too?
Have my promise.
Oh my gosh, now we're really making money.
Go back to the dead. Are you a god? For chaos.
Now!
Ruin.
What I need is more money. It's fine. These things are pretty nasty. Let's go get one of them.
What? I despise this notion.
We're getting nearly 1,000 just from raiding, man. Over 1,000 from raiding. Walk army, scouting. Kill the target hero. Not Lord, okay. Wounds the target hero. Kills the target hero, interesting. I think we're gonna go with one of these guys. And he's got more experience gain, okay.
I'll slaughter
Oh, hell yeah.
of chaos.
So you're gonna be a specialist. Seems good. And you will do things like assassinate.
My prayers are answered.
Okay, and he needs to...
Despoilers, come!
Oh, does he have to get into the... Well, I guess we'll wait until he can move. No, we're gonna do this one more turn. I'm so happy.
Syrian's eye guides me. Spoilers come. A glorious act.
Alright, let's just do it.
I foresee destruction. Yes, oh yes.
Come out of your right stance.
Reign corruption. Invade! Destroy! Spoilers come! Kill them all!
That's better.
Hail the slaughterer!
Okay, you continue the siege. You can...
My lord, sing
Oh, they can't. That makes sense. Okay.
Now they will see true power. Now they will see true power. Yes, my lords. Bathe in battle. this. Ravage them. Let us corrupt. Choose me, master. Glory awaits. Unleash chaos.
One turn. So I'm gonna be a couple of turns. Let's just get one.
Okay. Wipe that out. Yes. Chaos gathers.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there for
Bring them to ruin.
Oh, good. There we go.
The eye sees, I move.
All right, good. Now let's get a pawn. Let's get a pawn on the board. Push around over here.
I will for
Put you
your
over here and
gifts.
start preparing the way. There we go. What's our new gift? Oh, it's a corn thing. Oh. Soul grinder of corn. That seems nice. A bloodthirster. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see how these gifts work. We need souls. Lots of souls.
Corrupt.
I still don't. I've been spending all my money on my army.
Need a boon.
I think we need to wait 2 more turns to build another piece of siege equipment, and then we're gonna go attack. I mean, we're playing it like stupid. Oh, they want a peace treaty? No thanks. Okay, here's what we're going to. He's bringing stuff. Let's go ahead and attack. Anti-large charge defense against large foes. So there's some anti-large. Marauder Spearmen.
Reap their souls. The eye opens.
Man, that thing looks brutal.
Archeon. What do you mean?
Anti-infantry damage dealer. Sporific mollusk. The attacks of this unit reduce the enemy into a stupor, lowering their ability to attack and defend themselves. Unbreakable. Okay.
Comes. The only master.
Chaos Marauders! That's what the Master's meant!
My blade hungers. Deliver slaughter!
Chaos Warriors! Very well! Kill! Maim! Burn!
Control Finch's gifts! Arcane might to me! Yes, I control Finch's gifts too!
Eat your souls!
Give us ruin!
Fight!
What? Kill, maim, burn!
Undivided!
Great corruption!
What? Seize of that! Chaos Marauders! Ha!
Mortal fool! I don't need my sword to strike you down! Masters, witness me! Slaughter them! I need souls!
Chaos Marauders!
Deliver slaughter!
All will be despoiled!
Oh my gosh. Just have you guys go in there. That was a good spell.
I am Kingslayer! Death! Kill them! Seas of blood. Sorcerer Lord, punish. Doom comes.
What a fool!
Slay every mortal. Blood!
Dragon ogres.
Do not meddle in my destiny. What? Die in arcane fire!
Chaos Marauders! Honor the tribe!
My master's call. They will all pay!
Your will? Roar!
Name your demand! Slay every mortal! Blood for all! For the Chaos Gods! Eye of the Gods! Archeon!
The gods demanded!
Now is our time!
This is the true path to heavenhood! Kill us on the earth! Slay the unbelievers! We want their eyes!
Reap their souls! Ravage them! Towards bloody glory! Name your demand! Obliterate them!
Okay, that was good. Had a bit of a traffic jam there. Use a spell to break open the walls. It's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Armor piercing weapon damage 45. Damn. Minus 10 to all cooldown to all spells. Channeling staff. Increase cooldowns. Damn. Okay, that's a really good item.
I'll have this world.
Okay, so he got some defense stuff now. He got immortality good. Let's make him more powerful.
Chaos. Now the end times come. Blood for the blood god. I foresee destruction. Need a boon, my eldritch eyes see. Glory awaits.
Okay, he's gonna just train them for that turn. You're encamped. So I guess we get you some aspiring champions. The Spawn of Slanish are really good. But let's just wait. We got a double stack here. I think we're okay for now.
Dominance.
We will grab another one of these though. Those aspiring champions are pretty sweet. They got 142 fucking armor, man. 142 armor. That's crazy.
You need a boon.
Can we even afford it? We need to get something over here, that or this.
Fool!
Okay, so what's he got left? Alright, so we gotta take him out. Who is this? Norska. Alright, are we friends?
Straight to business. Where shall we raid next?
Why don't
The
you wanna
longships
trade
are
us?
ready.
That would be a really good trade deal. Oh, you're a vassal of mine, and we already have military access. Alright, well, let's just give you a gift.
Without doubt.
Raiding with Decadent Host, war with Decadent Host, military actions, Decadent Host, okay.
Let us corrupt.
Where are we gonna put you? Let's leave you right here because we got this double stack. Okay, we got our agent in the field. Starting to head south because we're in the chaos wastes that are always in the north.
I foresee destruction.
Oh, you think you're just gonna do that to me, huh?
Spirit of Morka. For chaos! Now they will see true power. Fool! Syrians are gods. Dominance. Despoil.
Oh, motherfucker. Alright, whatever.
Despoilers come.
There. Get a 20 stack, bitch. Wow, he's got some good guys. This is gonna be a rough fight.
For chaos.
Oh, we don't have the gold to assassinate him. We'll do it next turn. Oh, I need to start moving this guy around. Yep, he's over there now. He's in an area where he can do some good. We gotta take out these Kesselvites here. Yes.
Are you a god? No one can challenge me. I will for your gifts.
Okay, a little upgrade there. Okay, here we are. Why don't you go right here?
Defy me, a soul will punish you. Destroy. What? The storm of chaos gathers. The gods agree. What?
No, I'm in this now.
Unleash chaos! We shall weave
Can you
the
raid?
fates.
Yes, go into raiding stand. Oh. Oh, we're still on our site. Okay, never mind.
You have my promise. Yes.
Okay, you're my magey boy is who you are. Can you encamp? Let's go north. I don't want to have to watch my back. Do we have military access yet, y'all? Yes, you're my vassal. Alright, so you're fine.
Always ready for a headbutting contest.
Trade with me. Oh, look at that. There we go.
You have my favor.
Okay. Alright, now we've got some income. There's a big void to build over here. There it is.
Ruin! Despoilers, come! The gods smile. Fool. Ready. I am the chosen of the gods. Are you a god?
Okay, we gotta head north. This way, I suppose.
Now the end times come. You dare. My lord Zinch agrees.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to move my guy around again. I gotta remember. I got a piece in play.
The Eye of Syrian has already told me your offer, but I will hear.
Yeah, sure. I like me my greenie boys.
Excellent. Now. I despise this notion. I foresee destruction. Combat to the death. Yes, I beg. There is no war. Never stop. Now. Now they will see true power. Very well.
Okay. Now where's my other boy?
Excuse me, master. Kill! Ha! The slaughter begins! What eldritch I see! Corruption. Dominance. Glory awaits. So be it. I'll slaughter in your name. There is only war.
Okay, so we're getting some good rain right here. And we're gonna move that place. Alright.
Now they will see true power. For the gods of chaos. Kill them all. Dominance. My prayers are answered.
Oh, did I forget? No, we were raiding. That's fine. Raiding for resources.
You dare? Ready. No one can challenge me. Baby battle. It is decreed by me. Forward unto slaughter! dominance. Bring them to ruin. What? Finch's many glories! Tarnishes perverse glory! What? So be it! Chaos comes! All is chaos!
This is what I think about your wall.
My master's call!
Chaos Marauders!
Swords of chaos to me! Wipe them out! My God's call! Tarnishes perverse glory! Yes, I control Sinjin's gifts! All will be despoiled! All will be despoiled! Mortal fool! Die in arcane fire! Deliver slaughter! I am versed in the arcane! Sword and spell! Die in arcane fire! Bring corruption!
Wait, where are you going?
Archaon! Give us ruin! Charge them! Ravage them! Lord of the end times! Running!
Oh,
The Dark Gods command me! Bring us to carnage!
Archaon! Wipe them out! Deliver slaughter! Die in arcane fire! The gods agree! But the gods will! Kill, maim, burn!
Charge them! We need food, furs, and skulls! Quick! Yes!
Greet their souls! Obliterate them!
Yes! Pass up! That's what the masters meant! Get them!
Do not meddle in my destiny! Give us ruin! My blade hungers! Ravage them! Yes, I control Sinch's gifts too! Wipe them out! Deliver slaughter! God's bloody glory!
Nurgle's pestilent glory! Mortal fool! Give us carnage!
Here they come.
You think I am not versed in the arcane? Ah! Kill, maim, burn! What?
Yes, Lord!
It's about time. Damn, I did that with a surprisingly few amount of troops. I had a ton of troops on the field, but I did that with like Archaon and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, yeah, basically these 5. Archaon and these 4 units. Oh, I guess the Chaos Spawn did the most work, so I forgot about them. It's occupied.
There'll be a reckoning. A storm of chaos gathers.
We shall weave the fates. The gods smile.
have my promise. No, scum! Now they will see true power. No! Choose me, master. Glory awaits. What? You dare?
Oh, you can devolve them into chaos spawn. Okay.
Bring ruin.
Get upgraded.
Are you a god?
Where are my dark elves at?
Let
ready
us
for a
not
trade
allow
in?
haste or rage to dictate business.
No? Okay.
I am Malice, tyrant of hag grief.
Take a small gift from him, won't you? Want you happy with me? Okay, improving, good. Now what about you over here?
Tribesmen,
Isn't
gather!
trading with you gonna be a good thing? We are trading. Okay, good.
Your timing is poor.
Britannia, Beastmen don't trade. Legion of the War Queen.
The Lord of Murder's host stands ready to announce.
Okay. Well, I don't know who you are either, lady, so. Alright, so we got our garrison lowered. Skip that. Here, I don't know. Over here. What you gonna do? I guess you're just gonna keep getting experience doing this.
Combat to the death. Chaos.
Okay, so we carved this out for ourselves. Now we need to go finish him off. And then we can overtake all this, because it looks abandoned, or it's got Skaven in it. And then this is our vassal. And we're making friends with the Dark Elves, and this is our vassal. And this is all ours. Alright. So we start working south in a bit. We'll go down here and take out this Kesselvite. This guy, he's got a good chunk of land right there. And then we'll run into the Empire. So we gotta redirect our efforts down there, because once we're gonna grab this and then redirect efforts this way.
The performance will start when I say.
Okay, I think that's everything. What do you want? No, you're a dead man. I'm so sorry. We're gonna wipe you off the face of the map.
Despoilers, come! For the gods of chaos. There is only war.
Okay.
Syrians are gods.
Here's Archaon. We need to sit here for a couple of turns. Increase control.
Dominance. Yes. Ready. There is only war.
Is there somewhere you can go raiding? You're just sitting there. Like, we gotta have full control over that place by now.
My lord Cinch agrees.
Okay, let's call it, because I'm getting tired. I'm gonna start making mistakes. We had a really good run. How many turns was that? 76. So we got through 25 turns in this session. That's pretty good. And I need to get some water. All right, so I'm gonna call it. It was a good day. Tomorrow's gonna be better. See you folks tomorrow.